Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start our first meeting of the calendar year 2026 on this January 21st. Thank you all for being here. And we've called this meeting to order, so we will ask our Mayor Pro Tem to lead us in the nation's pledge to the flag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please stand and join me. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call. Mayor Michael is present. Mayor Pro Tem Lynn Kennedy.
Present.
Council members Ryan Hutchinson. Present. Christine Scott.
Present.
And Ashley Stickler.
Present.
Madam Clerk, are there any amendments or modifications to this evening's agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor, there's no amendments.
All righty, so there are no public presentations or announcements this evening, so we'll move on to public communications. This is the time and the place for the general public to address the City Council on any item listed or not listed on this evening's agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per individual. There'll be a light here that will be on, and when it turns red, the microphone will shut off, but you have a timer that's up on the screen. Also, if there's people here for the G1, the public hearing on the Etiwanda neighborhood issue later on the public hearing, if there's any of you here that cannot stay for that public hearing, which should happen quite rapidly, you may come up under public communications and make your comments. However, it'd be best for us, so we can make it a matter of the record, that you await for the public hearing when we open the public hearing for public comment. So with that, we will now move on to our consent calendars. Consent calendars are considered to be routine. Oh, wait a minute. Public comment, we've forgotten about that. I'll move back. That got through public comment quite rapidly. We have 9 speakers. So our first speaker, he'll have 3 minutes, Chris Munoz, followed by Keith Nichols.
Good evening. My name is Chris Munoz. I'm here to talk to the city board members about the dog park located on Spruce and Baseline. Me and a bunch of dog owners that go there every day are having issues with how unmaintained the area is, with not only the water fountains being broken, but unsanitary environment. After reaching out to Supervisor Tony Corrales about it, I let him know, as working for a vet office for 10 years, the massive dog urine that happens on the concrete pillars and cement needs to be washed every day to every other day. If not, over time, that urine is going to destroy the concrete, costing the taxpayers of Rancho Cucamonga more money to have it fixed. When I told him about it, he told me there wasn't enough funding in the budget to have them come out every day. Why open a dog park if there's not enough funding to keep it sanitary and maintained for our dogs? How would you like it if you were only able to flush your toilet once every 3 to 4 weeks? You wouldn't appreciate it because you wouldn't want that smell. So why do our dogs, who are also our kids, our fur babies, dogs that we take care of, have to tolerate that? On top of the bacteria and the ammonia we have to deal with. It's not fair to the dogs that they come in and do it. The large dog parks are not being open. The grassy area in that area is basically 70% dirt, 30% grass. I was told by the supervisor of landscaping that it will open a week to 2 weeks. It has been well over 3 weeks, and the site is still not open. Yet, he had no idea that the water fountain was broken until I brought it to his attention. Yes, it did get fixed, but the fact that he told me there's not enough funding to keep the park sanitary. Here's my question. If there's not enough funding, but there's enough funding to make sure there's a budget for their salary, why can't there be a budget to make sure that there's somebody there cleaning every day? Upland Park, Baldwin Park for dogs, they have maintenance people that go in and clean every day, spray down every day. We do not want to hear that it's going to happen once every 3 to 4 weeks. It is not fair. We are the taxpayers. Our taxes are going to fund different projects, but yet other parks are being manicured properly. Mariposa, which is the landscaping company, I was told by the supervisor, is not contracted to pick up any feces. Me and the dog owner spend 30 to 45 minutes a day picking up feces from owners that are not responsible enough to come in. We would like someone to come and keep that dog park clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Nichols?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Munoz could talk with our Public Works Director in the back, Maritza Martinez.
Mr. Munoz, if you'll go out into the foyer, our Public Works Director will meet you and have a discussion with you. You betcha. I will. And I want to remind people, we have some rules of decorum. They're back there in the box, but the clapping and applauding or the booing and the hissing are not really part of a business meeting. I know there's a lot of probably emotions out in the crowd, but it will be helpful to all of us if we refrain from any clapping or booing or standing and so forth. I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Keith Nichols?
I would like to surrender my time to Chris Munoz to talk about some aggressive dogs that we've experienced at the dog park.
Thank you once again.
No, excuse me, sir.
Oh, you talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to talk
Yeah.
about it? Okay. So there have been various incidents at the dog park over the last few weeks that some owners are not taking responsibility for their dogs and causing injury to some of our dogs. There's one in particular that was injured. We just want to, have a fair, environment for all of the dog owners and the dogs themselves. And the question really is how do we manage that, as individuals and patrons of the park, and raise issues with the council to make sure that something gets done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And we will make sure we address those issues, sir, both of them. Angela Espinoza, followed by Miguel Espinoza.
Good evening, council members. My name is Angela Espinoza, and I'm a resident on Main Street, directly across from the Hamilton Brewery. I wanted to briefly share who my family is and why this matters so deeply to us. My husband and I both work in the educational system, specifically with special needs children. My husband has worked in special education for over 20 years, and I'm hitting 18. Giving back to our community has always been a core part of who we are. Our family has deep roots on this street. We have lived here for over 14 years, and my husband actually grew up here, so his ties go back even further. The street holds generations of memories for our family, our children growing up, building friendships, and finding stability in a place we call home. Our daughters are part of our story. One is a senior in college and will soon be graduating to be a teacher. Our younger daughter is a freshman at Chaffee High School and is passionate about theater. Why do I want to cry? I'm sorry. This neighborhood is where we raise them and where they continue to grow. We also have our adorable dog Leia, who we are completely head over heels for. I know you have heard from us before, and at times our frustration has come through strongly. The frustration comes from feeling unheard and from dealing with ongoing issues that affect our daily quality of life. We are not here just to complain. We are here for asking for help, for a resolution, for a solution. We are also asking for real dialogue, not just a 3-minute public comment, but a true sit-down conversation where we can work together to find a resolution. We want to be part of this solution. We love our street, we love our community, and we are hopeful that by working together, we can move forward in a way that is fair and respectful to everyone involved. I still have some time. But seriously, I was here at the last meeting, and I know some of you asked some really good questions, and we just want answers now. So I specifically, I'm looking at you, and thank you for asking those questions. They're important to our family. Thank you. We truly appreciate it, and we look forward to meeting. Thank you.
You betcha. Thank you. Miguel Espinoza. Followed, I'm having trouble with the last name, but I believe it's Alex Steer. And if that's not correct, please correct it at the microphone. Go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry, good evening. Again, Miguel Espinoza, been here before, keep coming when I can. Like my wife just mentioned, I grew up here in Rancho Cucamonga off Main Street, been there for more than 40 years now. Didn't get a chance to come back in December on the 17th, 16th, somewhere around there. I was working. I did watch the entire meeting. Like she mentioned, she did. We appreciate you guys calling Josh back and asking him questions for some solutions that we can all come up with. I really do appreciate Mr. Hutchinson being the first one and putting himself out there, and everyone else asking him questions. And some of the questions that I'd like to come or bring back were, like, what can you do, number one, about the noise level, okay? The noise level is big time, especially because east of it, we've said it before, there's a large, well, not large, I'm not sure how many residents, senior citizens live in that directly. As you know, sound travels with the wind, and with us, we get a lot of the wind coming from the west, so we get a lot of that. They get a lot of that sound. We still get a lot of that sound coming from directly across the street. So putting up sound barriers, soundproofing his patio area where 90% of the sound comes from, we would really appreciate that. Two concerns for me, though, his food truck that he has in there, when they're cooking the food, where is that exhaust going to go? It could harm the people inside. The second thing, they have a generator, gas-powered generator running. Where's that exhaust going to go? And I bring the exhaust or the generator up because at 11 o'clock at night on a Friday, a Saturday, Thursday, we can hear it, and it sounds like someone's cutting the grass. And that's not something we should be, living with. The next thing, he mentioned that he would pick up the tab on you guys putting up residential parking in our area. Over on Hermosa and Foothill, those apartments, I'm not sure what it's called, but the residents around that area off of 4 streets, I just checked, they all got residential parking. If you could do that for us off of Main Street, Reed, and Farron, I believe that would cut down on a lot of the pedestrians coming from his establishment before and after going there already, some of them intoxicated and disturbing the peace around our area. I do have videos and pictures. I don't know if Matt Marquez is here tonight, but I sent him an email. I will be getting those to you as soon as I get a little bit more tech savvy. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Alex. Followed by Daryl Savage.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening to all of you in the City Council. I appreciate all that you've done in every way and all that you do now for eternity. My situation is we've been losing a great venue in NASCAR racing, stock car racing. We lost Fontana Track, we lost Irwindale, and there's probably other tracks that we lost. And it's just my thoughts that maybe you could have a NASCAR track built somewhere here, a short track built in the city of Rancho, and I think it'd be a great venue for Rancho Cucamonga. It'd be a great venue for people, NASCAR fans, who got nowhere to go now. Thank you. Bless
Thank you,
all.
sir. Appreciate that. Daryl Savage. Followed by Julia Moreno.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Daryl Savage, and I'm glad that you're all taking care of the homeless people. 'Cause I used to be homeless for 25 years, and a stranger took me in. Now I'm doing better, and I love it. And I hope you keep on taking care of all of the homeless people. And God bless you.
Thank you. Julia Moreno. Followed by Stephanie Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Julia Moreno. I've been a resident of Rancho Cucamonga since 1980, when we moved from Upland. I've raised 3 kids and now have 7 kids, grandkids of theirs, of course. I'm a retired hairstylist, and I was in business for more than 25 years. I did get to meet a lot of people, and I'm saying this because I want you, the whole council members, to know who I am. I want you to know the person that I am. We moved into the area where Hamilton Brewery is when I was 13 years old. I'm now 55. It's been a while, and we have always been very calm and peaceful after, of course, the 90s, because that area was not the best, but it's gotten way better. And I do thank a lot of you. I do thank Nacho Gracia as well, because he was a very big person in our community, and we miss him very much being there. I'm just trying to let you know who I am. This is my husband Armando, and we live directly across from Hamilton Brewery. I know you guys are sick and tired of hearing this, and I'm sorry for that, but we are sick and tired of watching the revolving door of the parking lot, right? So people go out, they go looking for a parking space, then they come back and they go back in there, then they come back out, and then they go across the street, they park, and then they get towed away. People come over to the other side where there is a no parking area, and they park there, and then they get tickets. My son got a ticket, and it shouldn't have been, because there was no area where it said no parking, but then it said from here to there. And I feel for the people that get their parking tickets, and I feel for the people that also get towed away, because that's, it's a lot of money, more than $600 to be towed away and get your car back. I feel for them. But that is one of the things that we are.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Stephanie Gomez. Followed by Liz Acuna.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Gomez. I'm a registered nurse for the Sheriff's Department, and I just wanted to bring up some issues as far as the dog park. So the dog park has 3 designated areas, yet Frequently, one, sometimes two, are closed. This forces many dogs in a single, smaller space, increasing the risk of injury, stress, and aggressive incidents. We are constantly told that the closures are due to grass issues, yet the grass remains in poor condition, despite months of assurances that changes are coming. We've also been told the issue involves sand levels. The presence of sand itself is concerning. It has become saturated with urine and feces. This is especially troubling given that children are often present in these areas and are raising legitimate public health concerns. Additionally, the benches within the park are poorly designed. They have holes, and the dogs have been injured as a result. And this is a preventable safety issue. Nearby cities such as Upland and Fontana maintain the dog parks with durable grass that requires less maintenance and benches that do not pose a hazard, showing that there are better solutions that are achievable. And lastly, as for the ongoing issue of the aggressive dogs and the irresponsible owners, that if we can have a clear way, more effective system to report incidences and also hold the owners accountable to ensure the dog park remains safe for everyone.
Thank you. Liz Acuna, followed by Lively Bland.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here in protest of the Hamilton's Brewery. I know a lot of people have come up here and trying to tell people about themselves growing up in the barrio. I'm generational. My grandparents, my parents. My mom used to clean houses. My dad worked as a custodian. And a lot of us have been telling you these stories, and we have gotten very emotional about it because we had a meeting yesterday. And it is getting very emotional, very trying on all of us. And my parents raised, good kids. And I went to college. I'm retired from the probation department. I was an officer. And, growing up there in the barrio, the odds are against you. And a lot of us made it through gangs or drugs or whatever you want, whatever the case is. And we work very hard to do that, and we're doing that with our kids as well. And the thing is, we've been putting up with this brewery right in our town, and that's how we feel. Like, you just put it in that audio because, they're not going to say anything. There's a war on social media, talking really nasty about us, that we're Karens, and I'm not Karen. I'm a Chicana. I can't be a Karen. So my thing is that, I am who I am, and because of my job, I'm a very assertive personality. And honestly, if you ask my old coworkers, they're going to tell you, oh, Acuna, she doesn't cry. But it's taking its toll on us, but I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. And I feel that this council should really, if you want him to thrive, because I just feel like it's turning into war. Even on social media, I had a racist comment because if you probably all saw the newspaper article in the Daily Bulletin and the Press Enterprise, and it said that it's not a good fit. Well, somebody put on there, well, maybe the foreigners aren't a good fit because we all have Mexican last names, Acuna, Gonzalez, Gutierrez. Those are the names that were quoted in the newspaper. And I thought that was very cruel, and I screenshotted it. And I just feel like it's turning ugly. It's really gonna get ugly, and I feel like it's gonna escalate into something that we don't want. And we've been trying to do it peacefully and coming here and, voicing our opinions. Some of us come up here, but they're not, they're shy, they don't wanna come up here, but they're here in support of us. There's a lot of people here in a protest of the brewery. The other day, I saw a little girl run out into the street right in front of the brewery on Main Street, probably about 6 years old, and thank God it wasn't busy, and she ran back to her house. Those are things that we're experiencing, and they're real. People drunk and people on social media. I've never seen anybody inebriated. I have. I live there. I'm there 24/7. I live on Main Street. So please hear us and help us, and maybe look for another venue for this guy where he can thrive. Because it's getting ugly there. It really is. Where people are confronting people in the neighborhood, it's not safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lively Bland.
Hello, my name's LeVay Bland. You guys have known me before. I'm one of the seniors in the apartments. I'm starting to smell now his vaping from the patio area and a weird gas, okay? I didn't put two and two together. Obviously, my neighbor did with the generator, okay? These people are so desperate to find a parking spot that one of your city employees literally seen a woman get out of her car, try to move our trash cans in our private parking spot. She noticed him. She quickly backed out and left her taillights in our driveway, okay? This is things that are happening, and it's getting worse. And these cars that are coming off of Archibald, flying onto Main Street, whipping into his parking lot, whipping around the parking lot, and literally, they don't even stop to look. They just rip out of there and go up the street to find a place somewhere else. The seniors, like I said before, are old. They don't drive too fast anymore. They probably shouldn't drive. But when you're pulling out of your own apartment complex and there's somebody desperately in a hurry to get to someplace, it's just not safe there anymore, period, okay? And I am really, really tired of the rotten smells, and I really don't care to smell the smoke anymore. And when I left to go to work the other night, I work with dementia patients. I work graveyard sometimes. It looked like Las Vegas from his taco truck, facing the neighbors. It was like lit up like Las Vegas Strip lighting. I couldn't believe it. How rude. And I don't understand why you guys allow him to stay open till 10. We have many, many breweries here in this area, and they all close at 10. And he's operating 7 days a week till whenever he pleases, with the screaming and the yelling and the junk. I've had to sleep in my living room now on a couch. Why do I have to do that? You guys want to buy me a couch with a recliner? I'm game. But it's causing me to lose my balance now, okay, and other things. So I wouldn't give him no options, because it's up to you, okay? He don't need an option. He needs to do what he needs to do to make it so that we can actually live in peace, period. And closing up his patio would help a lot. Maybe make it a tasting room. I would love that.
Thank you. That concludes our public communications portion of this evening's agenda. Now we will move on to our consent calendars. Consent calendars are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They're going to be acted upon at one time. Any council member may remove any item on the consent calendar for discussion should they so choose.
Mr. Mayor, I need to abstain from item D3 due to possible conflict of interest, as SoCal Gas is my employer.
Your abstention is noted. And is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Scott abstaining on item D3.
Thank you. We'll now move on to consent calendar ordinances. And again, consent calendar ordinances have already held a public hearing 2 weeks ago. This is the second reading, and they're considered to be routine and non-controversial because the public hearings were conducted 2 weeks ago. So would anyone like to discuss any of the proposed ordinances any further? If there's not, I would like to have a motion to approve items, second readings for adoption of ordinance numbers 1052, 1053, and 1054 to be read by title only and waive further readings.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Ordinance number 1053, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rancho Cucamonga, California, amending section 17.130.040.b and title 17.130.050-1 of chapter 17.130 of title 17 of the Rancho Cucamonga Municipal Code to amend floor area ratio and non-residential ground floor height and use requirements, amending table 17.138.030-1 of chapter 17.138 of title 17 of the Rancho Cucamonga Municipal Code to amend block face length for consistency with a proposed general plan amendment, making findings in support thereof, and adopting an addendum to the general plan update final environmental impact report SCH number 2021-050261. Ordinance number 1054, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rancho Cucamonga, California, amending section 10.56.020 of the Rancho Cucamonga Municipal Code to alter truck routes, making findings in support thereof, and making a determination that the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank
Ordi-
you. Oh, I'm sorry.
One more, sorry, Mayor.
That's all right.
Ordinance number 1052, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rancho Cucamonga, California, approving development agreement DRC 2022-00266 between the City of Rancho Cucamonga and CP Logistics Vineyard LLC to facilitate the development of 3 new warehouse buildings totaling approximately 982,096 square feet on an approximate 45.96 acre project site bound by 9th Street to the north, Baker Avenue to the west, Vineyard Avenue to the east, and adjacent to 8th Street to the south, and making findings in support thereof. APN 0207-271-25-27-40-89-93-94-96 and -97.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, do I have a motion to approve the consent ordinances?
We have a motion, we
do.
just need a vote.
We already did that, so let's please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
There are no administrative hearing items tonight, so we will move on to one advertised public hearing. I'm sure that's why everybody's here by the looks of it. The remaining people anyway. So I'm going to turn that over to our city manager, Madam Alyssa Cox.
Thank you, sir. Tonight, our Assistant City Manager and Fire Chief Mike McClyman and our Planning Director Jennifer Nakamura are going to be providing a detailed report and overview of the proposed amendments, resolutions, and ordinance related to the Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood and Conservation Plan for the City Council's consideration.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The item before you tonight is a request to amend the Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood and Conservation Plan and consider subdivisions for planning areas 1 and 2 consistent with the proposed plan amendments. Starting in the early 20th century, San Bernardino County completed a series of flood control improvements to direct stormwater from the San Gabriel Mountains into man-made flood control channels, enabling the development of present-day Rancho Cucamonga. With the completion of the Deer Creek and Day Creek debris basins in 1983, the flood control channels, and the completion of the Day Creek diversion levee, the area to the south of the levee that is protected from storm flows and is no longer needed for flood control purposes. In 2007, San Bernardino County declared that property as surplus and initiated efforts to sell the property. In 2008, the county issued a request for proposal to solicit proposals and for developers interested in purchasing and developing this surplus property. However, the Great Recession began in 2008, and the county placed the land sale process on hold. In 2017, the city approached the county proposing to lead the planning effort, which would result in the area being annexed into the city, and the county agreed. The city initiated the development of the plan in 2017, working with the community to develop a plan for the area with a focus on developing new neighborhoods adjacent to existing development and substantial conservation. The plan was adopted in 2019, and the 4,000 acres of land governed by the plan were annexed into the city in 2020. In 2021, the city adopted an update to the general plan. The council initiated this update process to be compliant with changes in state law and to build on our success as a world-class community to create a balanced, vibrant, and innovative city. This comprehensive update addressed issues and challenges facing the city, including diversifying employment opportunities, expanding housing and mobility choice, and preserving the character, history, and quality of life that makes Rancho Cucamonga a special place to live. In October 2019, the governor signed Senate Bill 330, the Skinner Housing Crisis Act of 2019, commonly known as SB 330. This law made several modifications to existing legislation, such as the Permit Streamlining Act and the Housing Accountability Act, and was designed to streamline housing projects, limit local control, and protect existing housing. Since the governor first declared a housing crisis, crisis, legislation has been passed that prioritizes housing production and significantly increased enforcement efforts by the state on local jurisdictions to ensure cities are approving housing projects according to the changes in state law. In 2024, the County Board of Supervisors entered into a purchase and sale agreement for the surplus flood control land with the Previti Group. This purchase includes most of the developable land within the neighborhood area of the Etiwanda Heights plan, plus additional land within the resource conservation area. The Previti Group intends to operate as the master developer for the site, coordinating the development of each planning area and contracting with home builders to design and construct the homes. After the approval of the purchase and sale agreement, the Previti Group initiated discussions with the city regarding changes to the plan. And in January of 2025, they submitted an application to amend the plan and subsequently filed applications for tract maps for planning areas 1 and 2 to subdivide the land for single-family home development. The proposed changes to the plan are limited to the neighborhood area. No changes to the 3,600-acre resource conservation area are proposed, and conservation remains a priority of the plan. The main topics of change proposed in the plan amendments include aligning the density with the general plan, adding new development standards to the plan, and creating a density transfer program within the neighborhood area. The Housing Crisis Act, SB 330, amended state law in 2 very specific ways that relate to the Etiwanda Heights plan. First, it restricts cities from establishing any regulation that is a cap on the number of housing units that can be either approved or constructed. Unlike other areas of the city that use a unit per acre density standard for housing development, the plan took a different approach and placed a development cap of 3,000 units, 2,700 with an additional 300 units that could be transferred from the rural conservation area. This cap may no longer be enforceable, and changing to a unit per acre density standard for development within the plan resolves this conflict between the plan and state law. In addition, SB 330 states that if the zoning and the general plan standards are in conflict, the general plan prevails and rezoning is not required. Looking at the general plan, the neighborhood area is designated as traditional neighborhood, which was inspired by much of the work done in the development of the Etiwanda Heights plan. The density has a maximum of 8 units per acre. Under SB 330, the general plan's objective density standard for a property would be deemed consistent with a proposed housing development that is consistent with this objective density standard, even if the specific plan standard is lower. The plan currently regulates development by first defining a building type and then applying objective development standards. So the proposed amendment first includes 8 new building types, and I will highlight a few of those now. The first one is a front-load single-family home. This is where the garage is oriented to the street as opposed to an alley load, but it is set back from the living space of the home, so it avoids a garage-dominant street view. They can include front porches to encourage community connection. Next is the motor court, where homes face a shared front yard with a shared alley for garage access, and these are also single-family detached homes. The cottage court building type places detached homes around a center courtyard with parking in the rear. This is considered a missing middle housing type, which creates a transition between lower density single-family and medium density multifamily housing types. An alternative version of the cottage court is a townhouse court, where attached units surround a courtyard, again with parking on the side or the rear. Walk-ups are attached units with shared entries, with parking either in garages or surface parking designated in the rear. The proposed amendments also include a new transfer of density rights program within the neighborhood area. The intent of this is to provide a mechanism to transfer density between the planning areas of the neighborhood area. This would address one of the main concerns of maintaining complementary development near existing neighborhoods to allow for the clustering of homes elsewhere within the interior of the neighborhood area. In this scenario, specific projects with allowed building types may exceed the maximum density of 8 units per acre to encourage projects adjacent to the existing neighborhood, to be less than 8 units per acre. The entire neighborhood area would still be required to maintain an overall average density of 8 units to the acre. The developer would be permitted to bank units from individual projects below the maximum density to transfer those units to other projects to allow those projects to develop at higher densities. So how does this process work? So it must be initiated by the developer and requested as part of a development application. They request the number of unused units that they would like to bank for future development. And then the use of that density can only be requested as part of another development application. So it stays in the bank until a subsequent application is actually submitted. And there must be units in the bank in order for them to be used. So under the conditions of the program, the banked units expire after 10 years, although the Planning Commission has made a recommendation for 8. The bank is maintained by the council or by the city, and it's posted on our website with an annual review process. The site must be reviewed and be suitable to accept the additional units, and the building type must be allowed in the zone in which it's being proposed, and it cannot create abrupt changes in scale and character, nor create any new environmental impacts. And it is limited with a maximum density of 29 units to the acre. However, the Planning Commission has put forth a recommendation for 20. In addition to those changes, the project also proposes the subdivision of Planning Area 1 into 177 lots for the future development of single-family units at a density of 6.4 dwelling units per acre. Lots on the west side of Planning Area 1 have larger lot sizes to better complement the existing neighborhood development adjacent to the west. Lots on the east side of the planning area are separated from the adjacent neighborhood by the Deer Creek Channel. A 1-acre park is also proposed on the south end of the site. Under the current calculations, 45 unused units are proposed to be added to the TDR bank with this subdivision. The developments to the east and west were developed with zoning that ranges from 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. And so this project at 6.4 is right in between those. The lots will also have access along both from Banyan Street as well as connections to existing streets, Mirador Drive, Lemon Avenue, and Marbella Drive. This is double the minimum requirement from the fire department. The lots were created to develop 131 front-load houses, shown below, and 46 motor court units. Again, these are sample photos. These are not exact renderings here. Individual home builders will be working with the Previti Group to submit design review applications for the design and construction of those homes, which will be reviewed by the Planning Commission with all standard noticing and meeting requirements required for the design review. The project also proposes the subdivision of Planning Area 2. This would be subdivided into 231 lots for the development of, again, single-family detached units at a density of 5.9 units per acre. Again, the lots on the west side of Planning Area 2 have larger lot sizes to better complement the existing neighborhood development to the west. Lots on the east side of the planning area are adjacent to Los Osos High School and vacant land yet to be developed within the plan. A 1-acre park is also proposed on the south end of the site, as well as a flood retention basin. And again, 169 units would be proposed to be added to the bank. Although I think that number is wrong, I apologize. I will correct that in just a moment. The lots will have access from both Banyan and Milliken Avenue, with 2 points of access along Milliken. A cul-de-sac is proposed at the northern terminus bordering Wilson Avenue. Unfortunately, due to some significant grade changes, we were unable to create a connection there to Wilson. The building types proposed are exactly the same as Planning Area 1, so there will be 35 front-load houses and 196 motor court houses. Again, with a separate application from the individual home builder, subject to Planning Commission review and approval. CEQA Guidelines 15162 requires that a subsequent EIR shall be prepared only when substantial changes are proposed in the project or the circumstances under which the project is undertaken would require major revisions of the previous EIR due to the involvement of new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects. It was determined that the proposed amendments do not constitute a substantial change to the project, nor have there been any changes in circumstances since the adoption. There is no new information of substantial importance or new effects not considered in the original EIR. However, based on the proposed amendment, one new mitigation measure is required, which requires a clearance survey and avoidance for Crotch's bumblebee. And as such, the mitigation monitoring and reporting program has been incorporated with this mitigation measure, and mitigation measures Bio 1 through Bio 9 have also been restated and included in the addendum. Prior to the Planning Commission hearing on December 10th, the notices were posted to the site, and we did hear a lot of questions. The community had a lot of questions. Primarily, they were concerned about what was changing, why the plan needed to be changed, and for residents who were not here in 2019 when the plan was adopted, some background on the site. So the city developed a proposed amendment overview and released that in early December 2025 to address some of these key issues and clarify what is and isn't changing, and further explain why the plan was being updated. On December 10th, 2025, the Planning Commission held a public hearing regarding this item. There were 26 speakers in opposition to the project. There were a variety of concerns expressed, including things related to water, crime, sidewalks, schools, general opposition to high-density development or any development, as well as frustration with broken promises to the community. The Planning Commission deliberated, considered some changes to the plan, and did ultimately reach a consensus. And they recommended approval of the plan amendments with 3 proposed changes. The first is to reduce the TDR bank expiration from 10 years to 8 years. The second was to reduce the maximum density for TDR projects from 29 units per acre to 20 units per acre, and to delete the walk-up building type. After the meeting, we continued to, after hearing the comments that were provided at the public hearing, the city decided that we wanted to make sure that a thorough response to those issues were provided. And so we published this handout, this 2-page handout. In addition, the developer hosted a community meeting on January 11th or January 12th. There were we received about 25 people in attendance, where they hosted stations that were related to all of the different aspects of their project, anything from the commercial component of the plan to the housing, density, landscaping, public art, as well as some of the environmental concerns. And people could go to each station as they had questions. Overall, some of the things that we've heard since the Planning Commission meeting through emails and phone calls really center around 4 key concerns for the community. And so we're gonna take a little bit of time and kind of dive into these just a little bit further.
So Mayor and City Council, first, Fire District and the city heard loud and clear what those concerns were. We wanted to ensure that we addressed them, presented those tonight. We're gonna approach it in a couple of different aspects. One, we're gonna look at it from a community risk reduction perspective with respect to our fire code and what we already require. And then we're going to go into an operational perspective and how we deal with it when an incident occurs. So first, from a fire code perspective, one of the things that the fire district is going to require right off the bat is if you notice, you see plots A, B, and C. Those are vegetation clearance minimum requirements of minimum 100-foot buffer. It's the vegetation that's the fuel. Firefighters up and down the state, the issue that we have is when there's fuel to burn, that's what we worry about, so that's going to be required right off the bat. The other thing is the emergency access roads and the streets themselves. And if you notice, what we've received thus far is Planning Area 1 and Planning Area 2. The developer has already exceeded what our standards are. And then also a wildfire protection plan. That wildfire protection plan, that has to be submitted by the developer, and it goes straight to our fire marshal. And our fire marshal, if you notice all the other numbers within that, when those are submitted is when our fire marshal and city team will evaluate them. But it's based upon when it's submitted. The other things that this council did, just this past November, you adopted the Wildland, Urban Interface Code. Those are new WUI standards. Those WUI standards were already adopted, which means that anything that is built, it must be built in compliance with the code with respect to the type of housing product, the type of, whether it's residential or commercial, anything that's built up there must be stuccoed, must have tile roof, it must have a defensible space. Those things are required to ensure the safety, because realistically speaking, what firefighters are seeing up and down this state, it comes to making sure your home is hardened. It comes down to having that defensible space. The reason that you were seeing what you were seeing in other areas with these massive wildfires, it has to do with the type of vegetation that abuts the house. Those are the big concerns that we have. The other thing that you did is you went even above and beyond. We've been researching, we can't find any other city of our type that's already adopted the standard for the Insurance Institute for Building Homes and Safety Program. That IBHS exceeds even the standards that are set through the state. So within this area, you've already adopted a higher standard. That higher standard will require the builder, when it's submitted, to build to even a higher standard than what's even required in most areas. Next, when you look at the map, we look at this map. This is the map that was done by the state, by CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE just sent these maps out last year. It was a requirement to adopt them, which we have. There's some interesting things that we want to point out about this map. First, if you look, you would think, well, traditionally this is a WUI, Wildland Urban Interface map. Anything within the WUI, that's going to be considered very high fire hazard severity zone. But realistically speaking, the map speaks for itself. And if you follow the ridge and the border of it from our western border, over off of Turquoise, up and around to the north, across the top the north, and then over to the east, one of the things you're going to notice are pretty predominant. One, everything west of Haven, if you notice the red comes down quite much farther within the development community, excluding the far eastern edge. The reason being is it has to do a lot with the topography and the vegetation in that area. So when CAL FIRE analyzes that, they look at that, and if anybody that's familiar with everything west of Haven, Santina, Snowdrop, that entire community, for us, that is a very high hazard and a very high target area. So the fire district already, in 2003, I was a firefighter. I was on the Grand Prix fire. I was at the top of Hermosa. Top of Hermosa was a massive concern for us because of the eucalyptus trees, the vegetation, but also because of the canyon that sits just north of the woods area, which is what we call it, to go after, to threaten the homes just above them. The other thing is, if you notice, there's a yellow island that is in between Rochester and Etiwanda at the very northern part. That's yellow. That's not considered within the very high fire hazard severity zone, even though it's at the northernmost point. The reason being is it's surrounded by homes that are stuccoed, tiled. This little island happens to sit within a few blocks. It's not adjacent to the vegetation. The other big island is to the south of the 210. So one would wonder, why would that be an issue? It's south of the 210. It's not up against the foothills. Well, again, because when it's analyzed by fire experts, they consider the Santa Ana winds, and when you look at that area, the center portion of that area are eucalyptus trees and thick vegetation. So therefore, it creates an issue with those being within the very high fire hazard severity zone. And then the last thing has to do with the border itself. Anything along the border, when you start to see the tan and then the yellow, it's just farther away from vegetation. That's how they assess it, especially in this city because of the Santa Ana winds. Our threat is not a fire that happens in the middle of July on a 115-degree day with winds blowing out of the southwest that are prevailing. Because that fire, if it starts anywhere north of any of these communities, it's going to run straight up the mountain and it becomes the Forest Service problem. Our concern is a Santa Ana wind-driven fire, which we're ready for. To that point, we have many things in place. We have structured defense plans. We use structural defense guides. We've pre-planned the entire city, very confident in this fire department and what it's prepared to do. In 2014, the fire came right out of Etiwanda, out of Day Canyon. Again, myself, multiple fire chiefs in this room were on that fire, and what we did in real time was everybody off of Day Creek sheltered in place. And when we get to what we do in evacuation, we'll talk a little bit about what that means. So on any emergency incident, our priorities are life safety, incident stabilization, property and environmental preservation. That's what we do. That is a standard in the fire service. We take life safety as our number one concern, which means when a fire happens, because it will, but when it does, the first thing that our incident commanders at the Unified Command Post are going to take into consideration is, what do we do with the people? Regardless of where they are. Remember, there's hundreds of different scenarios that can happen. The fire could start like in the Grand Prix fire. It actually started off Ormond Bullock, burned into Lateral Creek, and then blew back over the top. Etiwanda fire coming out of Day Canyon. It literally got to Milliken and stopped because the wind shifted. So the fires themselves are based upon the current incident plan. In the Etiwanda fire, we sheltered the community in place up off of Day Creek because that was the safest thing to do. We did not want immediately to start flooding the streets. Evacuation plans are great, but here's the one thing that everybody in the industry understands about an evacuation plan. There is no standard nationally for an evacuation because you can't make a standard. Because realistically speaking, people don't leave. And that's the concern that we have. And not only do they not leave, there's no way to verify whether they've left. Because if the area is under mandatory evacuation, it takes our police partners to go door to door and knock on the door. And if they're under mandatory evacuation, how many people do you think actually answer the door? Very few. So for us, like we said, we take that very serious. Evacuation is one thing to say, but it is not a one-size-fits-all. The other thing I do want to talk about is SB 99 and AB 747. The fire district is absolutely in compliance with the law when it comes to these two things. This is our 2001 evacuation assessment. It is on file and on the city's website, and that is what the law requires. It's required to be done no earlier than every 8 years. So we're going to be revisiting this again, and whatever is built during the time from now and that new evacuation plan, that will be incorporated into that evacuation plan at that time.
Additional concerns were raised regarding increased traffic from the project, and the plan does include a robust circulation network as seen on the right. This includes completing the east-west extension of Wilson, which would provide an alternative to Banyan Street. In addition, a second east-west neighborhood avenue is proposed for those traveling within the neighborhood area. Rochester and Milliken will be extended and connected to Wilson as well. The street network was designed to also include multimodal access for pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars, providing a variety of mobility choice. Further, a multi-purpose trail network is included in the plan to provide additional access for pedestrians, bicyclists, and equestrians. And finally, the shops and restaurant zone of Planning Area 9 also provides access to neighborhood-scale shops and restaurants within the area that can be accessed via a short walk or car ride to reduce the need to travel out of the area for goods and service, decreasing overall vehicle miles traveled as well as traffic. However, traffic is a recognized community concern, and it is addressed through transportation planning and implementation tools such as signal timing, street and intersection design, land use planning, and investments in transit and active transportation infrastructure. The plan itself sets the overall vision, land use framework, and development standards for the area, but it does not approve individual projects or building designs. Because those details, such as the exact location of driveways, building size and layouts, number of units, and timing of development are still not yet known, it is not possible to predict precise or site-specific impacts, such as traffic at any particular intersection at this stage. As individual projects are proposed, they are reviewed in greater detail, and project-level studies are conducted to evaluate traffic and other impacts and to identify any needed improvements or conditions. Many questions have also been asked about density and how and where some of these denser uses may be located. So the regulating plan that's shown on the right here is essentially what many people would consider the zoning for the area. And it is cross-referenced with the table to the left, which tells you which building types are allowed in which areas. And probably the largest question that we've gotten in the last few weeks is, where would the 12 plexes or the walk-ups be allowed to go? And so using this table, you would then look at where those are, and then you would look at the corresponding zones. So based on this, the densest proposed building types are only permitted within what's called the Neighborhood General 2 zone, which is the darker orange here on the screen and pointed at with the arrows, as well as the shops and restaurant zone. So it would be located primarily in planning areas 5, 4, 6, 7, and 9. It would not be allowed to be adjacent to any of the existing residential neighborhoods or in any other of the lighter color areas of those planning areas. So it is limited. In the traditional land use designation, the general plan states, however, that buildings are up to 2.5 stories in height with varied massing and a wide range of architectural styles. So similar to the previous rules that were that are being used under SB 330, where if the general plan, if there's a difference between the general plan and the specific plan, the general plan takes precedence. Staff is proposing that all of the building types be updated. Some of them were originally proposed as 3-story, and they would be reduced to a 2.5-story maximum. With that, Planning Commission and staff recommend the following actions. Conduct first reading of Ordinance 1055 to amend the Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood and Conservation Plan with the changes recommended by both Planning Commission and staff, as well as adopt Resolution 2026-001 to approve the subdivision of Planning Area 1 and 2026-002 to approve the subdivision of Planning Area 2. I apologize, that says 1. The council may also consider any of the following additional options. They may approve the amendments to the plan as they were originally proposed. They may approve the amendments to the plan with additional modifications, or they may deny the amendments. With that concludes staff's report, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Of council members before we open the public hearing?
I have a couple, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Jennifer, could you go back to the slide that says prior to Planning Commission? Actually, I'm looking for the slide before that. It specifically talks about the EIR, the one right there. So something that's been brought to my attention by a lot of people is they feel that this is a substantial change to the 2019 specific plan that was accepted with 3,000 units in it. How can the EIR say that there's not a substantial change if we're talking about a significant amount more units?
So a couple of different caveats there. First of all, just to clarify, the dwelling units per acre is set at a gross level. So what the net end up result of what you get in the number of units is likely to be lower. So for example, in most other developments, what we see is that when you start out with a certain density, by the time you lay out all your streets and your infrastructure and your parks, you end up with about 70% of the usable land for development. And so I know there's been a lot of numbers that have been thrown around one way or the other.
Sure.
And so to determine what a maximum is at this point at a programmatic planning level is not practical. However, we did work with our CEQA consultant, and the CEQA consultant included in the addendum to the EIR that it's not necessarily the density or the number of units itself that triggers the environmental impacts. They're all being constructed the same way with the same equipment, with the same materials. So those are not necessarily the things that will trigger a new environmental impact is density or increasing the number of units alone. It's all happening within the same area. So you're not taking up additional land for that density. On the traffic side, traffic is not calculated, by what used to be typically considered level of service. So that would be the amount of time, the service level of any street, how well it moves. It's now generated by what's called vehicle miles traveled. Vehicle miles traveled is a standard to determine actually how far people have to travel to get from one place to the other. And so what that has done is, and that was one of the key tenets of the plan, was to encourage some small-scale commercial development so that way people would be able to live within their neighborhood and go to shops and restaurants within their neighborhood without having to leave for other areas.
Okay.
Can just, we're asking the questions now, but you
Second
have your
question.
chance.
If I could just add to that, there was an intervening, in the intervening time, there was another EIR prepared for the general plan EIR that analyzed 8 units per acre on that site. And so the addendum before you drew upon some of the analysis that was done for that EIR.
Can you go to the page that has the street network on it, proposed the last one? Like you said, that we're not looking at each planning area right now, we're looking at 1 and 2.
Correct.
What options do we have if this street network ends up being insufficient for the amount of traffic we generate? What options are we gonna have later?
So one of the things that we've been looking at would be either roadway. One of the things that could be considered would be things like either signal timing. We always want to make sure that we create as many connections as possible. So it might be adding additional small streets and smaller blocks to move traffic around more efficiently. It may include some additional lane striping. We may also look at long-term, some of the key roadway widths to ensure that people can continue to move in the undeveloped areas, to move traffic east to west as well as north to south.
Okay, thank you very much. Chief, I have a couple questions for you. In that, I'd like to just pull up the slide that showed the SCE easement on it. It was one of the earlier ones with the same map. This is where you showed what the buffer was going to be, Chief, between the existing residential there on the right side. Is it Area B is the SCE easement?
Yes.
Affirmative.
Will that buffering area there end up with a greater distance from the existing homes, like the brush from the existing homes there, than it is currently right now?
So that is the Day Creek Channel.
Right.
So it would be everything, so it would be west of the Day Creek Channel at a minimum of 100 feet to the
so-
west.
Right, okay, all right, that's helpful. Some folks have mentioned, that I spoke to on the phone, insurability for their houses, and what they're worried is with additional development up there that it might put them at further risk from losing their premiums. Have we looked at that at all?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, there's things that this council has already taken action on to help try to mitigate that. Again, you adopted the IBHS. In adopting the IBHS, 80% of the residential insurers recognize IBHS. We started to share that message recently with some of our community members. It was the reason why we went to the developer meeting, because we were there to answer questions for things just like that. We met with a gentleman and a woman who asked us that specific question. Our fire marshal was there. He did a great job. He's an expert in this. And he addressed that specifically. We can't guarantee that. What we can do is try to do everything possible to lift that very high fire hazard severity zone.
Mm-hmm.
And as we've shown, the best way to do that is to eliminate vegetation. I don't want to say it's as simple as that, but that is the standard when you look at how that gets lifted. Once you get out of that, you're going to greatly increase your chances of being insurable.
Thank you for that answer. Can I see the slide that shows the WUI map on
Yes,
it?
sir.
So the area there, Milliken and Rochester, that's the area where this potential Etiwanda Heights is going to be, correct?
Yes, sir.
That kind of big area?
Affirm.
What do you think happens to that very high fire severity hazard zone when fire-hardened homes are built in that area?
It makes the adjacent community safer because it prevents fire spread. Realistically speaking, the bottom line is, if you look at the Eaton and the Palisades fire right now, they're getting permits to rebuild. They're not telling them they can't. When you look at the topography and the vegetation in those areas, it's the topography, it's the vegetation, but most importantly, the reason why you saw house-to-house ignition was because you have homes that are built almost 100 years ago. Those homes are not hardened. Anybody that lives in older communities understand that's the real threat. The reason why I mentioned SFACs, because when our strike teams go out and they're assigned a specific area to protect, they're doing a structured triage to determine which homes are the most defendable. And those are based upon the way in which it's constructed.
So is it safe to say then, and this is a little bit counterintuitive, but adding homes to this area is going to decrease the amount of contact with the brush out there and lower the rate of ignition, home-to-home ignition? Is that correct?
I would say we can't guarantee anything,
Sure.
and nor would I sit here in front of you and say, no home is going to catch, it could catch
Sure.
fire on the interior, what have you. But with that said, it's very reasonable to assume that a home that is built in the current fashion under the under the fire code as it sits today, with these new IBHS standards, are not going to be as ignitable as any home that is not built to that standard. That's what we could say.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Anyone else at this time? Okay, so at this point, we are ready to, and I'll have some more comments towards after we get done with the public hearing, but we have, we'll now open the public hearing, but first of all, before we open it to the general public that's here and the residents that are here, I would like to invite up our, the applicant that is here at this time to make their presentation to the council. So I'm not sure who the applicant is, but, okay, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Michael, members of City Council, residents of the city of Rancho Cucamonga. My name is Matthew Fote. I represent the Previti Group with respect to this proposed modification of the approved Etiwanda Heights project. First, we appreciate, can everyone hear me? I was here for Planning Commission. Some of you couldn't hear because I'll try to speak loudly. We appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you this evening. I've worked on multiple projects in Rancho Cucamonga over the years, including the last 5 years. I've been working with Brightline on the Brightline project in the Rancho Cucamonga station, which we're hoping to build this year. And I can say it's a beautiful city. It is the jewel of the Inland Empire, and we're very proud to be here. We recognize the years of hard work by the city and the residents to make Rancho Cucamonga the beautiful city it is today. I mean, literally, there's been generations here sitting in this room and other rooms like this, ensuring that the city remains beautiful. And we intend to add to the beauty, character, and heritage of this great community. This approval tonight is to further that goal. We recognize the years of work that went into the adopted 2019 specific plan and also the 2021 general plan. Those are massive documents. People in this room spent years of their lives working on those documents. Members of the community were involved in workshops creating that. And we want to build upon and respect such work. We listened to lots of comments at the Planning Commission hearing. We held a community meeting with the public where we engaged with the community regarding the project. We spent significant time engaging with the community to correct lots of misinformation as well. And more than that, more misunderstanding, I would say, that was out there. The vast majority of people we've engaged with have been wonderful people and provided valuable feedback, and we appreciate and recognize their time and input. There has been some misinformation out there, as I mentioned, and tonight our goal is to make sure that everyone has the correct facts, that we're able to respond to the misinformation and clarify any questions. We want to continue to listen and learn this evening as well. As you can see, this project is we're only doing a couple planning areas. There's a lot of future work that has to go into it. This will be a decade-long project when it's built out, and there'll be multiple hearings. And so the idea is to continue to listen and learn this evening. But ultimately, our plan is to deliver a project that the community is proud of, and that can actually also be financed and built. Those are the two goals. The purpose of the proposed specific plan amendment in a nutshell is to ensure consistency with the general plan and the thoughtful build out of this project over the next decade. We're also bringing before you tonight our first two maps, planning areas 1 and 2. As you can see, we hired the best consultants. We studied the adjacent community and the surrounding neighborhood, and we're proposing projects that we believe complement those existing communities. Tonight, I just want to highlight a few things the specific plan amendment does and also does not do. The proposed specific plan amendment, which was adopted in 2019, these amendments tonight will ensure consistency with the 2020 general plan. Councilmember Hutchinson, your question is a good one. How can you say that, the 2019 specific plan with its 3,000 units, how, we go to 5,000 units, how that's not a significant change? And the city attorney answered that pretty well. It's also the general plan. So the 3,000 units were analyzed in the specific plan, and then those additional eight dwelling units per acre were analyzed in the general plan when that was updated. And it's a combination of both, which allowed us to do the addendum. And we can talk further about that if desired. Now, the land encompassing the neighborhood area, there was a map earlier that Ms. Nakamura put up that showed the green recreation or open space area, which is like 3,600 acres. Tonight, we're obviously only talking about the approximately 700 acre neighborhood area. And that's all that's being developed this evening or talked about. And now that area allows 8 dwelling units per acre, consistent with the general plan. And the specific plan amendment would fix that inconsistency required by state law. The additional building types and development standards permitted under this specific plan amendment tonight would allow future development in the neighborhood area that is, again, consistent with the general plan standards and also the vision of the specific plan. Now, let's talk about what the specific plan amendment will not do. The proposed specific plan amendment will not impact the 3603 acre conservation area. Nothing's changing. We're not addressing that. There's no change in that area. The specific plan amendment will not result in any new or significant environmental impacts that weren't analyzed in the specific plan EIR or the general plan EIR. It's the combination of the both, which is why that is not the case. The specific plan amendment will not allow for unchecked or unregulated development. We've heard people talk about multi-story high-rise development. None of that is allowed in this area, and the specific plan amendment won't allow any of that as well. There are no affordable, we've heard the community does not want subsidized affordable housing in this area. We are not proposing any affordable housing. We don't intend to, because that was understood loud and clear from the vast majority of the community. And we have no intention to do affordable housing as well. The best indicator of what we're planning to do is really PA1 and PA2, as shown in these track maps we're bringing tonight. And that the map that Mrs. Nakamura showed earlier with the areas, you can see these are less dense areas. And the way we are able to make this happen with the 8 dwelling units to acre is we have less density along the edges, and that density will be moved further away from the existing neighborhoods. And that's how we're able to blend the density to 8 and you saw one area was 5, the other one was 6. And that's very much the goal, and you'll see that around the perimeter of the project. Planning area 1, as was noted, is 177 detached market rate units, ranging from 1920 to 2610 square feet. With green spaces, that one has approximately 1 acre park. Planning area 2 is a 231 again, all detached market rate residences, 1 to 2 stories, ranging from 1,600 to 3,030 square feet. And that one has 2 half-acre parks. Both these planning areas are, again, less than 8 dwelling units per acre. Because of the TDR program, we were able to decrease the density in these areas. Now, neither one of these projects include any affordable housing. There's no apartment units. In fact, there's not even any attached product. It's all detached in these areas. We heard the concerns of the community, and our intention is to deliver a product that the community needs and is proud of, as I mentioned previously. let's see, rather than using, state housing laws, density bonus, we came to the community with a specific plan so we could just find a product that worked within really worked within. We were able to get to the 8 dwelling units to acre without having to use those state laws. That was our goal, and we've worked hard with staff to achieve that. So in summary, the proposed specific plan amendments not proposing anything new or different than what was originally proposed in the 2019 specific plan as modified with the density from the 2021 general plan. This amendment simply ensures consistency between those two plans. The specific plan allows us to work with the community and deliver a product that we think the community will be ultimately proud of without using the state housing laws. There's no material modifications to the underlying specific plan that were approved in 2019 that would increase impacts to the community or change the previously approved vision. You can see, especially PA1 and PA2, they're very consistent with that original vision. And you'll see that as we move throughout the project, is to maintain we're going to try to maintain that integrity that was in that plan with a little additional density. But the overall, like the park layout, the streets, they're all very similar to that 2019 plan, and that was very important to the community and to the city as well. The development for, let's see, we talked about fire. We do believe that these new fire breaks, we're going to get rid of a lot of vegetation when we develop. The new fire breaks, the hardening standards, none of these homes will have anything flammable within 5 feet of the home. Even the fences will have to be non-flammable materials. This really will be your least flammable product, and we believe that we will create a significant fire break. It'll be a significantly improved fire position over what is out there today with the wildfire risk. We think ultimately that map will probably get revised to reflect the significant break that our community will create with the buffers that we're creating and the fire hardening in these homes. It'll be much less flammable than it is today. The development for PA1 and PA2 and contemplated for S neighborhood area will be consistent. We're going to have a lot of large single-family homes. The housing products proposed in the specific plan amendment are shown. We believe that they're what the community wants, and more importantly, they're also what people can afford today. We know we have an affordability crisis in this country, and in the state in particular, and it's hard to deliver homes. As we know, that's why all these state housing laws are coming into play. Now, I just want everyone to sit back. Now, these are nice homes. I want you to look at some of these pictures tonight. These are homes that teachers, nurses, policemen, accountants, firemen, and working Americans are stretching to afford. No one's building homes today like they built in the 1970s and 80s because so few people could afford them. Many in this room here tonight who bought their homes years ago likely could not afford their own home today with the cost of living and interest rates increasing. Very few people can afford a $1.6 million home on a half-acre lot. It's just not attainable to the vast majority in our communities. Look at the drawings of PA1 and PA2. These are nice homes. These are consistent with the character of this beautiful community. They may not be as large as some of the homes that were built 30 years ago, but these are nice homes that young families are going to be stretching to move into. These are the homes that your children and your grandchildren of the community residents will purchase and live in so they can be close to their family. These residents will ensure that your schools have children, your sports teams have children to play. Without homes like these, working families, including your grandkids, nieces, nephews, your coworkers, your employees, will have to move out of state, and you'll have school closures, dwindling community programs. It's just the reality. New homes like this are the lifeblood of a vibrant community. Every community needs new homes that young families can afford to buy. So our simple request this evening is to look at the pictures, look at what we've brought before you, and to not shut out these future residents who are trying to attain the goal of home ownership. And don't shut them out. When this community embraced you when you bought your home years ago, don't shut these people out that are trying to buy a nice home to raise their family in a nice community. We feel like this is what the market wants. This is what is being built all across the county. And we feel like this fits the character of the community. And we welcome your comments this evening, and we are taking notes, and we'll be listening. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just correct the record very briefly. On the slide that's actually here, it does say that there are 169 units to be added to the bank. My apologies, that number is actually 83, so it is a much lower number than what is there on the screen. It is reflected correctly in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. John Manshore, followed by Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. I know that you guys work hard, and I appreciate what you guys do. And I know it's a thankless job sometimes to be sitting up there. I'm an attorney. I work right down the street from here in my office. I run my own firm, and I live literally 2 miles north of here. I've been retained by a group of folks, some of your constituents. They're called the Rancho Cucamonga Preservation Society. They're a nonprofit. Essentially, what they want to bring to the table is their current objective is to get some more time to evaluate the amendment, the proposed amendment to the project. Obviously, this became part of the public consciousness on December 10th. So essentially, in about a month's time, a little bit over a month, this has kind of been trying to be vetted to be adopted to a plan that's been, was vetted 7 years ago. And one of the concerns is that maybe not enough time has been spent looking into all of the different dynamics of this. Essentially what's happening is that, eventually the 3,000 units are going to be turned into double that, potentially 6,000 units. And the staff report, which I really appreciated reading this morning, took a long time to read, and whoever compiled that did a lot of work on it. Essentially, it references certain areas of concern with the residents, but one of the issues is it leaves some of it kind of terse, or it doesn't go into it enough. For example, it's set about traffic. It says something like, well, there's areas of access already, and we're not concerned about that because there's areas of access. There's no citation to any particular reports, traffic studies that have been done, considering 6,000 units in the area, surrounding Los Osos. I can tell you that Banyan Street going to Los Osos now to drop off your kids is a nightmare on that street. So I understand that Wilson's going to be expanded and all that stuff, but we're talking about decades long, as council mentioned here. And what is the impact of the traffic going on a basis when construction is going to be happening in zone areas 1 and 2? That's going to be potentially a serious issue. Concerning the CEQA and whether a new environmental report is required or necessary, obviously, the council member there hit on the point and asked the question of, well, what is no substantial change, right? And my reading of the staff report seemed to be kind of conclusory. It seems to say, well, there is no substantial change by virtue of us deciding there isn't. So it's one of those things where additional study potentially is necessary. I'm not sure what
Your time was up. Yes. And just so you know, the developer who owns this property, that's why he was up here to make a presentation to the council. And we don't time our applicants, but the public comments are timed to 3 minutes, sir. I'm sorry. No, that's all right. No apologies necessary. Chris Little, followed by Christy DeCenci. If I mispronounce that, please correct it for the record.
Hi, my name's Chris Little, as you know. Just for the record, Jennifer. Substantial in the EIR decision is subjective, and I know how you like subjective words. Also, you know what happens in planning areas 1 and 2 is precedent for areas 3 through 9. And I'm here to ask you to partner with the residents of Rancho Cucamonga opposing the amendment to the Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood and Conservation Plan. I'm here to ask you to deny the amendment or table it for 90 days to re-engage with the residents so we can find some sort of a compromise. I'm asking you to deny or postpone the vote because you've not been transparent with us enough to allow us substantial time to understand all aspects of the amendment. And you know, it's pretty complicated as you just went through it, and there's even more online in the staff report. I understand staff has given you 3 options for this vote: either approve the amendment as it is, approve it with revisions, or deny it. But there is a 4th choice that wasn't listed, as I just mentioned, which is to continue the vote for further review. And that's a logical thing to do. Now, the reason we've taken to social media, produced videos, and hired counsel is because it feels like you have been dismissing the concerns of thousands of your constituents, which are the residents. And it's no secret that developer Jimmy Previti can cause you some political pain if you cross him, but you need to stand up to that guy. You must align what is right for the city with what is right for the residents. You just don't represent Jimmy Previti, you represent us. And we're not just a bunch of dopes sitting around watching as you kowtow to a developer and a planning department as they drag you around by the ear. Also, being party to a so-called community informational event at 5 o'clock on a Monday on January 12th at 5 o'clock. 5 p.m., that's when everybody is working. 80% of the people who live in Rancho Cucamonga work outside of the city, Jennifer. And that's why there were only 30 people there. And when you do that on a time like that, guys, it's really dismissive. And that's what the community picks up on. We're being dismissed. So I'm just asking you to deny this. And oh yeah, regarding safety, I was told by a council member not to worry about fire evacuations because the city has a system that'll turn all the lights green to get people out of the foothills. That's called traffic flushing. It works well on paper, but in reality, when everyone is rushing south, while first responders cut in from the east and the west, the flow stops, creates an accordion effect, and backs up traffic into the foothills, kind of like what happened in Palisades and the Eaton fire. So anyway, please deny or table. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I've asked once. I want to ask again, please refrain from the announcements. And we do see the signs, so, because sometimes when you hold up signs and so forth, people behind you can't see, but I know our opinion would be you're all here agreeing with whatever's said on the opposition side, and we respect that. So our next speaker is Christy DeCince, followed by Mike Vogel.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Christy DeCesar. I've lived in Rancho since 1991, and in 1999 moved to the Sheridan Homes in the upper northeastern part of Etiwanda Heights. I was there during the 2003 fire and know how it feels to get out when the fire roars down the mountain. I know how it feels to be trapped on San Sylvain traffic while the fire came down the wash. I know how it feels to have only one major road to get out as hundreds of homes, and this was even before the area has grown. I wonder if some of the families living west of Wardman Bullock realize the fire rushed through there and even destroyed a fire helicopter that had made an emergency landing. Our houses didn't burn, but it didn't mean we didn't want to evacuate. I worked at Los Osos for 8 years. I lived 5 miles away, and it would take me a minimum of 20 minutes to get to work on a good day. Now add 6,300 new families. This doesn't even count the current 300 going in above Wilson between Etiwanda and East. This traffic doesn't only happen during school drop-off and pickup, but also every time the 210 freeway gets congested from traffic. People often crowd into the streets to avoid the slower-moving freeway. Now picture overcrowded streets and panic will ensue during a fire. People trying to get out while others are trying to get in to save what they can. I know how it feels to live in an area where emergency services take longer to respond because there are just too many people to serve. I know one person in my neighborhood who waited 20 minutes having a heart attack for emergency services. It happened many times until the new station was finally opened on East in 2024. I know the fire department has worked on some response issues for the growing community. But how long will they be able to keep up? Many of us have also struggled with canceled homeowner fire insurance. It's not as easy to get that IBHS if you have an older home. I was there when planning began on this new project. I was there when we said Well, when you said we understood and we needed to have homes built to help pay for the larger portion of the annexed acres so we can keep them as open land. I heard the organizers listen to us and promise us no apartments, no condos. I heard them say schools and emergency services would be included. And I heard them say there would be no more than 3,000 homes. So please tell me what happened. Now it's 6,300 homes crammed into a small area. It's going to cause even more traffic because the streets can't handle it. It's going to be a disaster if fire comes through again. Just because a home is fire resistant doesn't mean people won't run. Smoke kills too. Their kids and everyone else in the area will be crammed into overcrowded classrooms. The school's proposed doesn't mean it will be built. You said the same thing about Central Park 30 years ago. Remember, you are our city council, not the developers.
Thank you, ma'am. Mike Vogel?
Good evening. I'm Mike Vogel. I've been a resident for 56 years. I'm here because this proposal threatens the very foundation of what our community fought to create. Tonight, I want to be absolutely clear. The amendment to allow duplexes in high-density formats is fundamentally incompatible with the guiding principles of the Etiwanda Heights plan. The plan the city adopted, the plan the developer reviewed, the plan the community trusted. Let's remember how we got here. In 2021, the state passed housing reform bills, SB 330 and HAA, allowing developers to align density with the general plan, but they do not allow the developer to erase objective standards. Those standards remain fully within the city's discretion, and those standards are not vague. They call for meaningful setbacks, minimum of 110 large and extra-large single-family detached homes, and strong guiding principles of the community built around open space, health, and quality of life. Has the developer met those standards? Not even close. What they propose is multifamily housing disguised as duplexes, stacked in 6-packs and 8-packs, with no driveways, no sidewalks, and no curb appeal. This is not the character we promised. This is not the community we planned. And it is certainly not world-class. State housing laws require capacity, not clustering. They cannot authorize developers to bulldoze objective standards simply because they are inconvenient. These are our objective standards, the standards the city is obligated to uphold. For blocks 1 and 2, the standards in Table 5.4 are explicit. 25-foot minimum setbacks, porches no closer than 10 feet to the property line, parking setbacks at 25 feet, rear lanes required for lots under 60 feet, minimum of large and extra-large homes. The developer may add density only if these standards are met. Removing them is legally inconsistent, environmentally damaging, directly opposed to community goals the city has already adopted. So I'm asking you to stop. Do not agree to weaken our approved objective standards. Say no to 3-foot porch setbacks. Say no to eliminating the number of large and extra-large homes. Say no to shared front yards. Say no to 5-foot backyards. Say no to duplexes, quadplexes, and motor courts. Just say no to the amendment. Thank you.
Robert Banholtz, followed by William Gibson.
Hello, Mayor. Thank you for your time, Council. I just wanted to let you know I'm opposed to this amendment. I've been in Rancho since '85, looked at the traffic, been through there, discussed this before at the meetings. I talked to Fire Chief at that group meeting and his staff, and they're very sharp, and they do understand it. And they were talking about just fire evacuations. That's not the only reason for evacuations. Could be a natural gas leak, a major one, it could be a chlorine gas leak, you would have to evacuate east, west, north, south. And there is no proper evacuation route on Banyan, Wilson, Hillside for those neighborhoods. They're just not. All the way over to Boardman Bullock, to the far end at Carnelian, there's just not enough east-west 4-lane roads. It's all 2 lanes. When we went to the Previti Group meeting, some of the people there, like for the school zone, I asked him, because he was showing where the school zone would change and discussing the plan, and he had his notes and all the stuff. And I said, well, that's great. Have you been to the site? Have you been up there at Los Osos at school? He goes, well, no, I haven't been there yet. So this is the person hired by the group to represent something, and he's never been there. So I get it. I'm against this. I think this whole room is, and many, many other citizens are, and we're all watching anxiously to see how you vote, because you represent us, and many of us, I haven't seen anybody in the city and citizens say, I'm for this. I haven't seen any. There's nothing on social media for this. It's just the Previti Group and us, and you're the decision maker, and we're asking you to do what we're requesting. Thank you.
Thank you. William Gibson, followed by Sonia Allen Martin.
Hello, and thank you for my time, for time from you guys. I'm not one of the best speakers in the world, and I will mess this up. But here's the thing, guys. You're going to build on this area. You're going to put 6,000 homes. That's 12,000 cars. It's not going through Rochester. It's not going through down Milligan. We're going to get stuck there. I'm on Vintage. Miss Kennedy represents me. I don't feel representation. I've talked to her about having stop signs put on Hillview Loop off of Vintage. Those cars go up and down that street like crazy. We're not robots. Cars are not robots. They're not going to operate like a robot to evacuate. You put 6,000 homes up there, you're asking for trouble, and you'll be signing the death warrant for everybody that lives up there. I'll ask everybody here, please, do not let this happen. Anything above Barrel was supposed to be horse property. As one of the only horse people probably here, I have maybe a few more. That's supposed to be horse property. We all know that's Rancho. Please don't accept the stink oil this gentleman is selling. We can't take that. We got to get it checked out. Unless you plan on having an inspector show up at every house he builds, because he wants to build it down to where people can get it cheaper. So where's that cut corner going to get cut? Are you going to be paying for that house inspector to check every house? Does this fireman here want to send somebody to every house and say, are you doing it correctly? I am very passionate about this. I've seen people burn. You don't want this to happen. Do not go high density up there. I've dealt with the 3,000 people. I know how bad it's going to be, but it's not going to be as bad as you think it is. And when you put that many people up there, you only have Milligan and Rochester for them to get out. They're not going to go to the sides. They're going to go for the freeway straight away, down away from it. Please, think of that. Think of the people you're putting in there. Think of the animals, the cats, dogs, and they're not going to get out in time. You're not putting horses there, because we all know we want to get rid of horses in Rancho now. It's been happening slowly. We're building houses on every property that had horses. We don't have them anymore. That was Rancho's best thing, the horses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sonia Allen Martin, followed by Mark Gergish.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Rancho Cucamonga City Council. My name is Sonia Martin, and this is my first time speaking before you. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns. I live in Etiwanda Estates, a small equestrian community located below Wilson Avenue. Access to our community is primarily from Etiwanda Avenue and Day Creek Avenue on the north end of Rancho Cucamonga. I am here because I am increasingly concerned about the pace and intensity of development north of Wilson and whether our existing infrastructure is adequately prepared to support it, particularly when it comes to public safety. I would like to share 2 encounters from just the past week that highlight these concerns. One afternoon, my daughter and I were riding our horses home and attempting to cross at the very narrow crosswalk near the roundabout at Wilson and Etiwanda. As we stood at the curb, a dually diesel work truck approached the roundabout at a high rate of speed, barely slowing as it entered. As it exited the roundabout, the driver accelerated aggressively through the intersection. We were only feet away. Had one of our horses been startled more than they were, the situation could have become extremely dangerous for us and for others nearby. Despite being a very accomplished equestrian, my daughter chose to get off her horse and walk home because she was genuinely frightened. And as a parent, that moment stays with you. Roundabouts are intended to improve traffic flow while enhancing safety by reducing speeds and minimizing severe collisions. In that moment, I did not feel safe. My husband has also witnessed vehicles traveling east on Wilson blowing through that same roundabout at excessive speeds while he was out walking. These appear to be ongoing conditions, not isolated incidents. I also had an encounter on Day Creek involving a young man riding an e-bike. He approached my daughter and me from behind at a high rate of speed while we were on horseback and attempted to pass us where there was no room. Horses are prey animals and can spook easily. I had to stop him and explain that he could have been seriously hurt. What is equally concerning is that if he had been a parent walking with young children, the risk of serious injury would have been just as real. These are the moments that stay with residents because they highlight how quickly a routine walk or ride can turn into something far more serious. These experiences point to increasing safety challenges as traffic volumes grow and roadways are shared by vehicles, pedestrians, cyclists, and equestrians. In addition to safety, I respectfully ask the council to consider whether the level of density development proposed for the north end aligns with the original vision and land use intent for this area. Etiwanda Estates and surrounding neighborhoods were designed with a low-density, semi-rural character that prioritizes safety, open space, and quality of life. It is reasonable to ask whether introducing high-density housing in this location is truly necessary and whether compromising that original intent is the right thing.
Thank you. Mark Gergish? Followed by Alicia Mosley.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Mark Gergis. I'm the immediate past president for the Rancho Cucamonga Chamber of Commerce and a current executive board member. And I'm here on behalf of the Rancho Chamber of Commerce to read a support letter for the Etiwanda project that reads as follows. Dear Mayor and Council members, on behalf of the Rancho Cucamonga Chamber of Commerce, we respectfully express our support for the Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood Community Plan proposed by the Previti Group. From a business and economic perspective, Etiwanda Heights represent thoughtful plan-aligned growth that strengthen Rancho Cucamonga long-term vitality. Local employers consistently identify housing availability as a major challenge to attracting and retaining employees. This project provides attainable market rate home ownership opportunities for the workforce that powers our local economy, teachers, healthcare professionals, public safety personnel, and employees across a wide range of industries. The project also aligns with the city adopted 2021 general plan, reinforcing the importance of consistency and predictability in land use decisions, an essential factor in maintaining a strong business climate. In addition, Etiwanda Heights will generate meaningful economic benefits, including construction jobs, increased consumer spending, and long-term growth to the local tax base, while making efficient use of the existing infrastructure. Rancho Cucamonga's success has always been built on responsible growth, and strong public-private collaboration. Etiwanda Heights reflects these values and will help ensure the city remains competitive, vibrant, and economically resilient. For these reasons, the Rancho Cucamonga Chamber of Commerce urges approval of the Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood Community Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Mosley? Followed by Curtis Spear.
Good evening. I'm a Rancho resident living near Etiwanda Heights and participated in the initial EHNCP meetings. This area is surrounded by 2 lane streets, a community college, 2 high schools, and 3 elementary schools with high volume traffic feeding all of these schools. Scootering, biking, and walking parents and students is absolutely not fit to accommodate the significantly increased traffic that would come by increasing the density of this neighborhood with multifamily unit housing. City communication states that street layout was designed intentionally to avoid single access patterns such as cul-de-sacs. However, the opposite is true. The map shown by the Previti Group shows essentially 35 cul-de-sacs in planning area 2, which is what motor court homes create, cul-de-sacs of shared motor courts. The communication also states the plan includes multiple connections within the neighborhood, allowing traffic to flow in different directions and helping reduce pressure on any single roadway. However, the concern is not merely the traffic within the neighborhood, but the traffic flowing out of the neighborhood onto the surrounding streets. Beyond this is a fire hazard risk, which is an issue of life and death. According to Cal Matters, of all the structures destroyed by wildfire between 1985 and 2013, more than 80% were in wildland urban interfaces, or WUI, as you called it, exactly what the Etiwanda Heights neighborhood is. This is a Cal Fire designated very high fire hazard severity zone. While the developer wants to convince us that fire hazards will not be an issue due to new fire safety standards, this amendment does the very opposite of observing fire safety standards by increasing density with multifamily units. According to research by the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, the same organization the fire chief mentioned, quote, in high-density neighborhoods during a severe wildfire, extreme burning conditions lead to a higher number of structures to burn. Once a few buildings ignite, a domino effect occurs, with fire spreading rapidly until the extreme burning conditions, usually driven by strong winds, diminish. Under extreme wildfire conditions, defending structures becomes harder due to safety concerns for both firefighters and the public. During these conditions, the main way fires spread is through wind-driven flames, jumping from building to building. We know that our area faces extreme winds every year, and it's these winds that carry embers over a mile, well beyond the fuel modification buffer, and continue spreading the fire. No one but God can stop the winds. Furthermore, increasing housing density increases population density, which increases the amount of fuel to feed fires. More cars with both fuel and electric car batteries, more outdoor furniture, more umbrella shades in backyards, more sheds storing flammables, more propane tanks to fuel barbecues. Combining the issues of traffic and high wildfire risk, evacuation becomes impossible, leaving residents in gridlock and unable to escape a rapidly spreading wildfire that cannot be prevented by building homes according to fire safety standards. Communication from the city suggests a, quote, likelihood that sheltering in place is the safest option under certain conditions and may reduce the need for large-scale evacuations, end quote. But you cannot bank on sheltering in place as the safest option given the risks. You must have a realistic plan to carry out a large-scale evacuation if and
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes are up, and if I start letting you continue, I'll let everybody else continue, and that's not, we have a 3-minute minimum. Your points were well taken. Thank you. We do. Curtis? Yes. Very good, thank you.
Hi, I'm
Followed
Curtis
by Jorge
Spencer.
Ramos.
I'm Curtis Spencer. I live to the west of I think it's the second, there was Area 1 and Area 2. I'm in the Compass Rose, adjacent to Deer Creek. My main reason for coming here today was because the density of the proposed project was really unacceptable. And earlier, Ms. Nakamura mentioned that the general plan it had an intention to maintain the character of the neighborhoods that are there. The Day Creek neighborhood on the east, the Deer Creek neighborhood on the west are not entry-level homes. They are on larger lots. that traditionally that part of Rancho Cucamonga has been a move up to neighborhood. People move from wherever to and then up into another home. Yes, it would be nice if starter homes were there. However, that's not the character of the neighborhoods that's there. And the other reason I came is because it seemed that the transparency and the ease of getting information is just harder than it should be. I did have a pleasant conversation at the planning desk this afternoon. I waited too long, should have come earlier. So they are very cooperative, and I want to acknowledge the staff was very helpful, but they didn't have any answers. They couldn't tell me what the stair step level would be from the storm drain channel. That's single family home. Then there's another stair step up in elevation. At that time, it was going to be multifamily. And then there was, when you got all the way over to Milliken, it was going to be another stair step. So if your single family home was a 2-story home, the next step would be 3. And then tonight they said that they were going to keep it at 2.5. So I'm assuming that that would be the highest elevation of the homes or the buildings that would be built along Wilson. Those are the kind of details that we need to know. If you look at Church and Haven, I believe on the east side of the street, those properties are condos. They are 3 or 4 stories tall because it's built above the garage. They have a like across the sidewalk and into your front door type entranceway. That's not what we're looking for. That's not the character of the type of properties that's up in that part of the thing. I do agree that once better houses are built there and roads and servicing, that would reduce the fire.
Thank you, sir.
Did I lose my time?
Jorge Ramos, followed by Chris Hively.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here, Jorge Ramos, and I'm a resident of Rancho Cucamonga. And life is good here in Rancho Cucamonga, and we don't need to change that. When we were approached today with the group, we were given some glittering generalities, calling us a jewel of the Inland Empire. But then we were followed up with some fear. Don't leave out folks like you moved in 30 years ago. No intentions, and what about no intentions for affordable housing? Well, that leaves a loophole for that happening in the future. How do we avoid that loophole? Well, deny. Decreased fire hazard? Well, of course we're gonna have a decreased fire hazard if we pour concrete over soil. If the development goes through, there's a winner, the developer. If we deny, we continue to move along our daily lives as our residents of Rancho Cucamonga. 2 roundabouts isn't going to make a development fine. Housing is fine the way it is. Why fix something that isn't broken? And in terms of the environmental impact, well, what about our daily life impact? Life is good and has more of a chance of this city to flourish by preserving the environment, preserving our livelihood, and preserving the time that it takes to get around our city. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. 2 hours ago, I had no idea I was going to speak tonight, so just stick with me if you can. It's going to go back and forth. I'm here to ask you to honor the commitments that were already made in the adopted Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood and Conservation Plan, and tonight to deny the proposed amendment. Let's keep the original plan, which I'm not a fan of, but I'd definitely like to reject the new one. Let's be real. This isn't about a righteous approach to solving the housing crisis and meeting density housing standards, nor is it about graciously offering affordable housing to build the community as the developer representative mentioned earlier. And by the way, they are doing that. Northbound 15 above Summit, there's a lot of high density going in already, and more affordable. This is about profit. Previti bought the land with understanding of how it was zoned and approved, and now they want to double their profits on the same chunk of land. Along with that, I'm sure there are those who would look forward to the increase in tax revenues this proposal would bring. And by the way, the magnanimous plan to include a 1-acre park for 6,000 plus homes on On 700 acres? It's literally less than 0.2% of the development. Previti, you already got the 3,000 units, which is 3,000 more than originally planned when I moved in here. Don't be greedy, take the win. Earlier, it was stated that this plan cannot be revised if there was no substantial change. It was further stated that it was determined there was no substantial change. This is inane. It's a 210% increase. I think we can all agree that that's probably a substantial change. Look, my wife and I moved here primarily because we felt Etiwanda would be the best area in the IE to raise families. I'm sure a lot of others did too, and it was. Great housing, large lots, great schools and parks. This is what we paid a premium for. We could have moved anywhere else, but we chose with our hearts in our pocketbook to live in Etiwanda. If I wanted high-density housing, I would have went to LA. Since we moved in 2003, more homes have been built, and traffic above the 210 has increased significantly. On school days, it can take several minutes just to get out of our housing tract, not to mention the potential for accidents as people try to dart across 4 lanes of traffic on Day Creek, fighting north and southbound lanes. I can't imagine the impact the original approved 3,000s are going to have, much less what the 6,300 homes would bring. Oh, and small commercial shopping area, that's not going to make a dent in the traffic, I'm sorry. But it does sound good on paper, I'll give you that. They are not building any more on-ramps to the 210, nor are they adding any more north or southbound lanes to expedite traffic. This is not only a nuisance to residents, but a serious concern for emergency response vehicles, or evacuations, which we've had to do in the past. This proposal would cause the aforementioned problems and others not addressed by me in my time here, but it's deeper than that. It would change the lifestyle and the small community feel we all chose for our families and paid for. So I'll circle back to my opening. Please, let's honor the commitments made in the original adopted Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood and Conservation Plan. Keep Etiwanda the gem it is intended to be. Rancho should be proud of this community instead of trying to change it. They should showcase an example of how Rancho got it right with city planning and building.
Thank you. Anastasia Liska, followed by William, and I'm having trouble, Matter, I believe, or William, last initial is M.
Good evening, I'm Anastasia Liska, and I'm a resident of Rancho Cucamonga for the past 27 years. I currently reside near the future Etiwanda Heights neighborhood. I purchased my home in 2021, believing and trusting the adopted Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood and Conservation Plan. Fast forward 5 years, and now I'm faced with the proposed amendments to the plan. I'm extremely disappointed with what is transpiring. My dream home, forever home, retirement home, is no longer. I urge you to reject the proposed amendment. Rancho Cucamonga is about quality, not quantity. Let's keep it that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. William? And please state your last name, I had trouble. Well, not only fast, but it was really, really tiny.
My name is William Maurer. I'm actually a resident in the area up there that's going to be impacted by this. And I wanted to talk specifically tonight about the tract map for planning area 2. The developer is proposing a cut and fill of the site instead of following the natural grades. This means that basically the north end of the site is generally going to be lower than what it currently sits at, and the south end will be generally higher than what it currently sits at. This is probably also the reason why there's a cul-de-sac and not a connection to Wilson. The transition appears to happen at approximately Lot 20, which is almost in line with Antietam Drive in the Compass Rose development next door. And the existing topography of that shows that the general slope away from Compass Rose and Deer Creek Channel towards Deer Canyon Wash, this is the natural flow line, which is that green line that you see running down the middle of Area 2. I'm concerned that the significant raising of the grades at the south end of the tract could potentially divert post-development stormwater in flood conditions to adversely affect existing residents of Compass Rose to the southwest, housing tracts to the south of Banyan, and the fire department on Banyan. By raising the general topography of the site, they may be shifting flood water into existing homes and city property. The plan does not appear to afford the same levels of flood protection for my neighbors than what currently exists. Second, east of Milliken, the developer proposes to abandon 3 48-inch pipes at Deer Canyon Wash that cross under Milliken, and instead will utilize a 54-inch pipe that runs completely underground. In a worst-case scenario, if this line gets clogged, storm flow would likely be forced onto Milliken Avenue, for which I doubt the existing storm drain system in that area is capable of dealing with. At Grizzly Drive, similar to the west end, the development transitions to be higher than Milliken. Similarly, I'm concerned that this could potentially put existing homeowners south of Banyan at increased risk of flooding and potentially turn the 210 freeway into the new flood control channel, which I'm sure Caltrans would love. The biggest miss that I see in the proposed PA2 plan is that it does not give any solution to the EHNCP neighborhood paseos. These were intended to serve as integral components of the flood control system. As a reminder, these paseos follow the Deer Canyon Wash natural flow line within the EHNCP. On a separate note, if this is passed tonight, which I hope that it's at least tabled for further review, I request that the city enact protections to the best of its abilities for the community from profit-driven institutional entities that do not necessarily share the community's best interests. I request that the city work with the Previti Group, specifically to establish an HOA with CCNRs compliant with the Davis-Sterling Act to require 75% minimum owner occupancy of all houses within the development. Let's keep these starter homes for first-time home buyers in the hands of owners and keep them owner-occupied that have a vested interest in the betterment of the Etiwanda community. Enforce fire safety standards to make sure that the WI standards are constantly met, and enforce garage parking since the majority of the proposed units do not have driveways. Thank you.
Thank you. Damian Hodges, followed by Sherry Donahue.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Damian Hodges. My backyard actually overlooks the Phase 2 area of the Etiwanda Heights development. From my perspective, the decision before you tonight comes down to one question. Should these amendments even be considered given that there has been no meaningful community outreach? The answer should be a resounding no. Plain and simple, community engagement should be a baseline requirement before sweeping amendments are advanced. I'll also add that this step was not simply overlooked, it was intentionally bypassed. The developer's representative openly acknowledged that community outreach was skipped in order to move more quickly into the initial phases of the development. Bypassing community engagement, especially in an area where residents were deeply involved in crafting the original plan, should not be rewarded. The fact that we're even here tonight gives the impression that the community's concerns are being treated as procedural formalities rather than legitimate issues. And we're all aware of the increased densities being proposed, but I also want to point out some other changes being advanced by the Previti Group, again, without any meaningful community outreach. As mentioned earlier, my backyard overlooks the Phase 2 of the development. The original Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood Conservation Plan, with emphasis on conservation, included a designated buffer, a greenway that separated the existing neighborhoods from the new development. What's being proposed now bears no resemblance to that plan. The natural buffer is gone, the trails gone, the trees gone. Instead of an open space and natural landscapes, we would face backyards and block walls of significantly smaller lots, immediately followed by even higher density housing. These are not minor adjustments. These changes represent a fundamental rewrite of a plan that was publicly vetted, formally approved, and relied upon by this community. The Previti Group has essentially stripped conservation from a plan that was explicitly designed to protect it. Attempting to make these changes without meaningful community outreach and without good faith effort to compromise sets a troubling precedent. It undermines public trust and it should not be acceptable. Respectfully, I urge this council to require Previti Group to conduct meaningful, documented community outreach before any further consideration of these amendments. These decisions are going to shape our daily lives for decades. Please allow the community to be involved and to work towards a fair and reasonable outcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sherry Donahue, followed by Vince Piano.
It's Cherie Donahue. Sorry, my ex married to Sherry, so I stay Cherie.
Okay, that's fine.
I wasn't planning to speak. I'd like to speak first about insurance. I heard the fire chief speak today that he's very proud of a 100-foot clearance. Last week, my insurance company told me that they were canceling my insurance. I have a tile roof, I have a stucco sides. I have the fire hydrant on my property. Behind me is the wash. By the insurance company's calculations, there's a little over 300 feet between me and that wash, the brush. And they canceled because it was less than 1,000. So to say, don't worry, insurance companies are going to insure everybody, no, it's not true. And I've been out here more than 20 years. I have been through plenty of fires. I've watched them put out fires in that wash, even with my house during Santa Ana winds. Second, I'd like to speak to traffic. Everybody's talked about traffic within the buildings and the subdivisions. They have not talked about the traffic between. I have seen people on Hunter's Ridge excited that Wilson's going to be punched through because they're just going to fly across on that. My kids were going to Etiwanda Colony when a girl was struck and killed in the crosswalk at school get-out time, and the paramedics at the fire station up the road couldn't even get there because the traffic was so bad. If you're not building the infrastructure to move people around before you build the houses, you are going to cause deaths. There was three kids hit at Etiwanda High School this year just going to school on bikes at the beginning of the year. It's dangerous out there. And you start building all this, people get annoyed, parents are horrible, people trying to get to work, they zip around, they don't pay attention, people are getting hurt. And to put this many thousands more homes and thousands more frustrated people out there without planning for that in advance is not taking care of your constituents. I also agree with everybody else. I like living in a semi-rural environment. I prefer 4-footed neighbors to 2-footed neighbors. I really appreciate that I cannot high-five my neighbor out my bathroom window. I only have a 10,000 square foot lot. So you want to have high density, please do that in areas that should be high density, near the foothill and baseline where you have the infrastructure. Oh, another thing about schools, busing is a luxury, not a right. I don't know if you know that. They do not bus all the kids. You have to beg and get on waiting lists at the high school. Elementary school, I think you have to pay in these districts. And so for safety reasons, if you have so many more people and they're going to go fast like the lady on the said with the horses, more people are going to die. And we have lost our small town feel that made this special.
Thank you. Vince?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Vince Paino, and I live up in the Etiwanda Heights also. I just hear I'm a 26-year firefighter, and I'm very concerned about this development. Every one of these community members here is exactly right. You have to worry about your evacuation. There's no doubt about it. I've been on strike teams throughout Orange County, throughout California, and I've seen the most modern homes construction can build burn to the ground in a Santa Ana wind event. Nothing is going to stop these homes from burning in a wind event. And where we live, our roofs shake. I thought it would get better over the years. It's getting worse. Your tiles shake, your windows bow in. I'm sorry to the developer, your fireproof fence is not going to stop an ember at 60 miles an hour going into our attics, and it does.
Sir, please
So,
address the city
yeah,
council.
I'm just,
Thank
well, he brought that fact up, and it's a fact that's not going to stop a fire. Okay, and I understand that new homes are going to replace the brush, but they're not going to replace the wind or the fire coming off those foothills when it happens. I lived through the Grand Prix fire. I did the old fire. I evacuated to Upland with my family, to my in-laws. And coming back, yes, my house didn't burn in Etiwanda Estates, right? But the smoke, the cleaning that we had to pay for to do the smoke, a year later, a little breeze in Rancho's at 40-mile-an-hour gusts, and you get ash in your backyard, your pool, your window seals. It's toxic. And another thing, in February 2025, CAL FIRE, the National Fire Protection Association, backed up by UL Studies, did a study. Newer construction burns much hotter, much faster, much more dangerous than legacy homes 30 plus years ago. They're more toxic. They burn faster. They burn hotter. Altadena fire, older homes, torched to the ground. Older construction. Think of the newer construction. Palisades, some of the most modern homes money can buy. Concrete walls, torched to the ground. So they do have a valid point about evacuation. The infrastructure just can't handle this type of development. I thought it was enough off of Wilson Etiwanda. I'm like, okay, that's cool, that's enough. And it just keeps going because money keeps going for him. So I'm sorry about that, but that's the bottom line. My thing is always about safety and my community, and they have a valid point about evacuation. It's gonna take a while for resources to get to you as you're coming out. We're gonna be trying to come in, and it's not gonna happen. We're gonna deadlock. I'm trapped in my house on a school morning. I can't get out of my neighborhood. You think of fire, smoke, and wind, people aren't gonna panic trying to get out? They are. So I'm very concerned, and I'm very about safety. So look at those studies. Newer home construction burns hotter and faster, and any firefighter will tell you that. They've been on wildland fires, they know it. And nothing will stop a fire in the wind, no amount of water, anything. So you all have very valid points, and I want to back them up, and I will pray that you vote against this amendment, and please be for the people. I want to go into the community and tell everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That concludes our public speakers for this evening, so I would like to ask the developer who is proposing this to come up and address any responses to any of the questions. We do this for every single development in the city. This is not new. Excuse me, please.
Thank you, Mayor. No, thank you to the public for your comments. Well, I appreciate the opportunity. So I was taking notes as everyone was speaking. I just wanted to address a few of the questions and then also answer any additional questions the council may have as well. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight, for the opportunity, and this type of public hearing obviously is important for everyone to be able to share. One thing I want to note is that this is going to be a long project. This will be one of many, many public hearings we'll have over the next 10 years. All we're doing tonight are the first two planning areas. We'll be back next year on the future planning areas. We have commercial, we have a lot more parks. What you're seeing is just a few of the initial parks. There'll be much more park, open space land. We're talking to the city about trails. All that stuff is not planned. This is not the approval of everything tonight. We'll be, every time we do a track map, we'll be back before the Planning Commission. There'll be public hearings, there'll be notice. So I just want to make that clear that this is not the last opportunity. All we're, Planning Area 1 and Planning Area 1 and Planning Area 2 are the only two things that are really getting approved, and they're still design review, as was mentioned. One thing I neglected to talk about earlier was, actually, let me respond to additional comments first. So I just think it's important to note that the addendum to the EIR is both off the 2019 specific plan and the 2021 general plan EIR. It's responding to both, not just the 2020, but 2019. Let's see. As far as right now, I think a big part is that Wilson will be connected in the future, and traffic will be, that'll be a big amenity to the community to have that connection finally to get out to the 15. So that is forthcoming on traffic, and that'll be an issue that will be addressed next year and further specific plan in future planning areas. Let's see, the school was covered. I'm just trying to think. Well, let me skip to some of the Planning Commission suggestions, just so we can talk about those, because I know those are.
No, actually, what I was asking for,
Sure.
to give you the opportunity to correct any misinformation that may have been out there from what multifamily dwellings are we building apartments?
That's a great question. Thank you, Mayor, for the clarification. I appreciate that. No, the answer is we are not building apartments.
Okay.
So there's a 2.5 height limit, and people ask, well, what does the 0.5 mean? A 0.5 height limit, if you look around in the communities around you, you'll see them every once in a while. It's livable space that's tucked into the roof structure. So you'll see 2 stories, and then you might see a dormer with a little attic room where maybe it's a playroom for the kids. That's the half story. We actually have a 2.5-story height across this entire project. And so no, there will not be apartments. You'll see what's built. These are for sale products. We're going to home builders. And we just do not have the density really to do, an apartment project. Let's see, okay. Thank you, Mayor, for the, let me see if I can find some other clarifications. Let's see. So people keep talking about high density. I just want to clarify in the staff report, talks about what density, let me just find this table, it's in the staff report. I wanted to clarify that. So you have, very low density, which is 2 to 40 acres. You have low 2 to 6, and get to the point, medium is 8 to 4 dwelling units to the acre. And then medium high would be 14 to 24 dwelling units to the acre. High density is 24 to 30 dwelling units to the acre, and that's something that came up at Planning Commission. And that's partly why they suggested reducing the previously 29 down to 20. We'd be comfortable with 24, which is, again, outside of high. We could talk about that tonight as well. But I want to clarify that there is no high density here. High density is a very high, we don't have any apartments, nothing's over 2.5 stories. Most of these homes will have garages. These are attainable, we call them affordable. They're not affordable in the traditional sense. These are attainable housing that young families are stretching to buy.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, I have a few questions for the developer before.
okay, go ahead.
Couple of questions. During your initial comments, you mentioned more than once that you want to develop something that the community is going to be proud of. And I think that's what you hear echoed, is that this community, these residents, want to maintain the quality of life, the character of their existing neighborhoods, and to ensure that what you build, based on what you're saying, is something they're going to be proud of. Can you assure, is there something you can share that is aligned to the original specific plan and what people were expecting, that preserves what their interest is and what was originally presented? Using your own words, something we can all be proud of.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy. Great question, and I think to answer your question, yes, we definitely are. We looked at the community. We looked at the 2019 specific plan. We looked at what the market is, with the needs in the market. With one thing is we're going to have diversity of product, right? We're not just doing all half-acre lots because that just doesn't work in today's world. People can't afford them. We're going to have products of all types. There'll be large homes. As we move into planning area 3, those will be much larger homes as well, similar to the neighbors next to them. But we really do, we spent a lot of time with staff. Initially we were trying to get the whole thing planned. We were already working on the commercial, and we realized that this was a big project. It was going to have to evolve over time. So we put a lot of that on hold for now, like the commercial area. I think that is something that the community is going to be very proud of. What we've heard from the residents, what we've heard from the city and the staff is the city wants they want a gathering place. They want a place where people are gathering. They want restaurants where people can go, where the teenagers can hang out, the community can meet, where a 5K can end. And that's very much our intent, is you'll see that as we move into the project. The idea is to, retail is hard to build today. It really is hard to get retail built, as everyone knows. Amazon didn't exist 20 years ago. And so we will be spending a lot of time with the city building retail that makes sense, that is really a place where people can gather. The street network, the parks that we'll be building as we move into the project, there will be a lot of parks, there'll be a lot of open space, acres and acres of open space. That'll create it'll create places of recreation, places where people can recreate and walk through. We think the residents will be walking through our neighborhood, enjoying these communities, these open space areas, especially this community center we're going to create, this retail community center network. We really do think it will be a place that ultimately, like a lot of development, a lot of neighbors are very, reluctant of new development, and then when it's built and you realize how great it is, people warm to development, and And we believe that we are absolutely trying to create a place that will fit into the community around here and will be a place where people want to gather. It becomes an amenity to the community and to these existing neighbors.
What about the conservation area, those areas that have been specifically designated as non-developing areas?
Great question, Councilmember Kennedy. And so the 3,600 acre area, we only control, I think we only have rights to 500 or 700 acres of that area. I do a lot of conservation easements. I do a lot of mitigation areas. I worked on the River Park Mitigation Bank, which is how a lot of this mitigation is funding. I had a call with them 2 weeks ago, the same group that's doing one of the biggest mitigation banks. We know that that's important. We are not planning development in the northern areas. With the land that we have rights to, we absolutely are planning on doing mitigation bank, that we will sell those mitigation credits to other developers who are having impacts elsewhere in the greater area. And so there still is the opportunity to do some TDR to create some mitigation. We realized that wasn't going to be enough. And so we are going out, the city mentioned that's super important. We realize that is, as you can tell, we're only developing below that big berm area, and we'll be using mitigation banks and other means to help pay for that long-term mitigation. Because right now there isn't a great solution, but I've seen it with mitigation banks, and that's absolutely our plan, is to go find a way to fund and conserve that area. But as far as development, we don't have the right to really develop it there. There's not significant development rights, and there's no plans to develop it there, and we're not changing anything in that conservation area. But I just wanted to stay on the record that we are looking at mitigation banks that'll not only protect those areas, but also enhance them. When you do those mitigation banks, they come in and they enhance the plants, and they grow new native plants. They get rid of the invasive species, and you really create a much more beautiful environment than what exists today with those mitigation banks, and that would be our plan.
So the areas that you're planning to develop initially, those are going to be real models for what you intend to do in the future. That's where you have an opportunity to ensure that you are going to create neighborhoods that are consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods, that the average size of the home is also going to be consistent with the other areas. It would be helpful if they had some type of specs, if you will, or what that might look like, so that people have the opportunity to see what their neighborhoods are going to expand to and what those areas are going to look like. So you mentioned the average square foot of the homes that are going to be built in those two planning areas and neighborhoods. Do you have those?
Yes, I do. Excuse me. So planning area 1, which is the one south of Banyan, that one will have homes ranging from 1920 square feet.
Can we see that map up, Ms. Nakamura Wary?
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe that these numbers are conceptual right now. We have
Okay.
not received a design review application that considers any of the homes, so I don't have any
Just the
available
planning
information.
neighborhood, just
Correct.
those,
Just
the
the
area.
visual.
The visual of the map.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
just
That
so we can do.
And that is a great point. We've been talking to builders, but our current range is on planning area 1 south of Banyan. That's a small kind of, that's really like an infill area. The plan there is 177 detached homes, 1920 square feet to 2610. So again, decent sized homes for entry level, for this really hits both entry level first time home buyers and also some move up buyers. A lot of move up buyers start in a even smaller place, and this would be one they're stretching to afford. And then the PA2, which is just north of Banyan, right by the fire station. That's the other planning area before us tonight. That one's 231 detached. And this one has larger homes. It ranges from 1610 to just over 3,030 square feet would be the upper range we're anticipating on that one. So that one will also be some especially the ones right along the edge, right along the water channel facing the existing residences. So those will be the large, 3,000 square foot homes.
And then is there going to be any other opportunity for the residents to engage or send you questions, or maybe additional meetings in the future where they can share some of their concerns? Are there going to be those opportunities?
Yeah, yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy, there will. Like I said, like was mentioned tonight, there'll be a design review on PA1 and PA2, and that'll be a public hearing. When we move into the other planning areas, when we start talking about the community center, for sure, there'll be meetings to talk about that as well and to engage with the community. That's really important. We really do want to build a space that the community is looking for, is proud of, and that they want to gather in. So there will be several hearings in the future as each of these planning areas are developed over the next decade.
I think those hearings will probably be before the planning commission. if I'm not
Many of
correct.
them will be before the planning commission.
And during
Yeah.
those meetings, there'll be more detail about traffic and infrastructure?
Yes.
So they can get a
Yes,
chance
there will
to.
be. Yeah, especially as we get into the construction of Wilson. It wasn't needed on these two, but as we get into future planning areas, that's when the Wilson will come in. And yeah, there will be plenty of discussion on Wilson and how that will function, how big it is, where it will connect, all that stuff.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, I just
You bet.
wanted to ask the
There's been
developer.
a couple of comments about 1 acre and maybe 2 half-acre parks in one of the planning areas and another acre park. My understanding is through your project, once completed, about a little over 90 acres of park space. Is that correct?
Correct. We'll have somewhere, depending on, it'll be open space and it'll be both a mix of open space and active parks.
Okay.
But it'll be somewhere, we're somewhere between, I think the numbers are between 55 and 90 acres total. We haven't been able to plan where exactly those are. So these first planning areas have, they have a modest amount of parks. As we get more into the development areas, you'll see much larger, more robust park areas. And that is required by the way, that's required by the city as well.
Right.
That's,
And,
yeah.
and when you say 90, that's what I understood it to be, the way this specific amendments are dealing with. But when you say 50 to 90, that causes me a bit of concern because
There's the ability to pay in lieu fees, but we very much want the parks close to the homes we're trying to sell.
Okay.
So we're very much incentivized to not pay in lieu fees and instead produce parks. There's also a general plan goal of having five park acres per 1,000 residents. And so we know that there'll be lots of parks, and the goal is with open space, especially on the utility corridor and in other areas in the middle, we're going to have some really big park areas for sure. And then also south of Banyan is another area where there'll be some parks as well. On the other south of Banyan that we'll be developing.
Okay.
Great question.
Councilman Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for you.
Yes.
Thank you for coming and addressing us. I'd like to quote some of your first presentation
Sure.
here, where you said there's no significant impacts, and this project is what the community wants. With all due respect, what would you say to those 16 out of 17 people that spoke at public comment at this public hearing for this, who want your company to honor the commitment to the 2019 specific plan of 3,000 units, and why should they consider this as a positive thing?
That's a great question, Councilman Hutchinson. Can I have Ms. Nakamura put up a slide real quick to answer your question? Would that be okay? If you could pull up the slide that shows the diversification of density throughout the project, that showed kind of the less dense around the areas. So the specific plan, so this was mentioned before that we bought the property knowing that it was zoned that the specific plan had 3,000 acres. That is absolutely true. We also knew that a general plan had just been passed, which went up to 8 dwelling units per acre. And under state housing laws, if a zone or specific plan has less density, unfortunately, because of Sacramento, you get to essentially ignore that. So it is true that we knew the specific plan had 3,000 acres, and there's a reason that specific plan, 3,000 units, I'm sorry, I apologize. Thank you, 3,000 units, but we knew that at 8 dwelling units to the acre, we could get up close to 6,000, right? We don't think we're gonna be able to get over 6, it'll probably be 57, 56 at the end of the day is what you can max it out. As was mentioned, it might even be less than that. We'll be somewhere probably between 5 and 57, somewhere in there is probably where we'll end up. But the client bought that with the expectation that we'd be able to develop to the general plan density because that's what state law allows. And so I pulled up this map because people keep saying this is so inconsistent. It really is. We truly believe it's not inconsistent with the vision. The street layout's very similar. You have a general plan density. How do you get to 8 dwelling units an acre with this plan? And that's so things had to be modified to fit this density. And we did it in a very thoughtful way. You can see that the plan already had density in the middle, less density around the periphery. And again, we honored that. And we're doing that through the TDR program, right? So we're doing less density and we're able to move the density in the middle. And you asked a question about, what the public wants. I think most people would prefer nothing. I mean, that's just the reality of, communities. Most communities don't want any development, or if they do want development, they want, half-acre lots. And that's just not, you can't build half-acre lots. There just isn't a market for that over this acreage, and people just can't afford them. If you look at every community...
Excuse me, please, you've had your, please, we're trying to hear from the developer, so whether you believe it's true or not, maybe we don't, maybe we feel the same way, but we need to let him state and have dialogue with us now, and I'm sorry for that.
Thank you, Mayor Michael. So it's a great question. And I think the answer is that, with all housing projects today, you have the right to develop, right? We have the right to develop. We have the right to come in here, and the housing laws have made it really difficult for cities to push back. And we're trying to not push those limits. We do those in certain, I represent lots of different developers who have different mindsets. The Previti Group, to their credit, said, what does the community want? And what would they, and we looked at this 2019 plan. That was a plan developed by the residents, by the city, and we knew we had additional density, and we worked with staff. We really tried to honor the integrity of that plan, to put the development where, we have, you can't, rather than, 6,000 lots, 6,000 square foot lots, we might have 4,000 square foot lots or 5,000. The lots had to shrink a little bit, the homes had to shrink, but the general integrity of that plan, where those homes are, where the density is, where the parks are going, where the street layout, we wanted to honor that with some additional density. And so the reality is that the state gave us the density, the law gave us the density. Rather than pulling those levers and trying to force the project through, we came and we spent, people say this has been going on since December. We've been working at this for a year. It's been going on, it's been going on for a really long time. Again, tried to do the whole project at once. We decided that wasn't smart. This was going to evolve over time. This is the first of many, this is the second of many public hearings. But we do believe that we are honoring the original 2019 plan with the additional density from the 2021 general plan. And we're trying to be respectful of the neighbors, and the density around the periphery is much less than it could be. And it may not be exactly what every neighbor wants, and you're never going to make everyone in the room happy, but we've done our best to deliver a diversity of product where we feel like people's children, grandchildren, their workers can afford, their family, their nieces and nephews can afford to buy homes. That's really what we're after. We're about trying to deliver homes that people can afford with a diversity of project while honoring the character and heritage of this larger community. Did I answer your question? I just want to make sure I addressed the question. Councilmember Hutchinson.
That was a good effort. That's nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
When you said we tried our best to do what the community wants, how did you go about that wants based on the 2019 plan? Was that how you did it?
Yes, we were, great question. So like I said, we initially were going to try to do the whole project. We scaled it back to just these 2 planning areas, knowing that it would evolve over time and the community would have more input as we moved further in. I've forgotten your question already.
Well,
so
that's
sorry.
all right, because I want to go
kind
to
of a hot seat up there. I apologize.
the next slide.
Yeah.
Can you maybe shed some light for me personally? I think the rest of us, maybe we'll talk about that later on, but when the staff suggested that you should have a neighborhood meeting, why didn't you go ahead with a neighborhood meeting at that time rather than waiting till January 19th?
Yeah, that's a great question, and let me address that as well. So when we initially were going to do the larger project, like this was back in March or April, at that time we definitely were going to have a community meeting because we knew we needed input on the parks and the commercial areas. When we decided that it was going to take a long time to get that done, we said, well, let's start with planning areas 1 and 2. We thought those would be the least controversial. Let's let's develop homes that we felt like were generally consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods. We spent a lot of time with staff. We spent a lot of time walking the streets and driving the streets and looking at those neighborhoods and seeing, and they really are. You saw it on the staff report tonight. Let's take Planning Area 1. It is very similar density with those neighbors next door. You move up to Planning Area 2, and those are very large homes. No one's building those homes today. So we're slight, but the answer to your question, the thought was if we just move forward with Planning Area and Planning Areas 1 and 2, which we didn't think would be very controversial, and then that would give us time to hear the community as we moved into the rest of the project. We put off a lot of where the parks are going to be. We put off where a lot of the commercial will be, because those will be decided at later dates. But that was very much the reason was to get Planning Areas 1 and 2, get those developed, to start creating some revenue coming in the project where we could pay to build out the backbone and build out the infrastructure for these later planning areas. So the very much goal was to make this a very iterative, a gradual process, rather than trying to get the entire thing planned over a 2 to 3 year period. The plan very much was to start with what we felt like were the easier ones. I mean, Planning Area 1 is really just an infill project. You have developers all the time that come in and get those approved at Planning Commission, and they build those. That was the plan, was to build 1 and 2, and then we'll come back next year with probably 3 and others, and there'll be a similar process on those as well. But that's why we didn't have the public meeting. We didn't feel like it was needed on Planning Areas 1 and 2. And we did hear loud and clear at Planning Commission, and that's why the planning, we didn't have a lot of time. There wasn't a lot of time between Planning Commission and City Council, but a meeting was scheduled. It was coordinated with staff. Notice went out. And one thing I would say is, we've had a great experience with the residents of Rancho Cucamonga. We tried to get our flyer out, posted to these Facebook groups, and we tried to get our frequent asked question posted. There was an effort to not post those to the group. We tried to get that word out. I know the city tried, but there were these Facebook groups. We were sending it to the administrator, and they would not post any of our postings. And we felt like that was not fair, because we really were trying to engage with the community. We were trying to get that word out, and we submitted that flyer multiple times, and it was never posted, and they were told they wouldn't post it. So but again, that was a small, the vast majority of our communication with the residents was positive. We engaged. We got plenty of feedback, which we've incorporated and we'll continue to incorporate. But unfortunately, we did have a hard time getting the word out by a few people that were controlling the means of communication.
I think,
yeah.
And then I'll move on. I think one of the challenges you've had with why so many people are here this evening is that when it was a city-motivated decision to develop the conservation plan, the 2019 specific plan, we spent ad nauseum with the community going through that process, whether it be meetings in person, whether it be online, every kind of opportunity that we could get to get community input of what they wanted to see in this plan. And they agreed at that time to do some commercial development within the project. So when this comes up for the first time to start development, I think there was an expectation there would be. That's why the staff made a suggestion. It wasn't mandatory by us yet, but it was something that I think would have gone a long way. I just want to ask a question to our city attorney, and then and maybe you can help follow up. Everybody keeps talking about, we want it the same as that 2019 specific plan. And I appreciate that. Unfortunately, why we're here doing some of this is that the 2021 general plan had a designation of 8 dwelling units per acre.
Correct.
So could you maybe let the public understand what the differences are and why we're here right now trying to figure out how we can get from what's being proposed versus, so please do.
Sure. So 2 state laws are relevant to the council's deliberation tonight. It's the Housing Accountability Act and the Housing Crisis Act. And both of these laws took effect in 2020 as part of SB 330. Remember, the Etiwanda Heights plan was adopted in 2019 and had been in development for several years before then. When I first started here, we were already working on it. So the laws currently affecting the council's consideration of this amendment tonight were not in effect when the plan was first adopted. But they have a significant impact on the plan's implementation. There's no question about it. So first, the Housing Accountability Act provides that a proposed housing development project is not inconsistent with zoning standards and shall not require rezoning or specific plan amendment if the housing development project is consistent with objective general plan standards. And in that event, the city must apply applicable zoning regulations such as the specific plan's development standards in a way that accommodates development at the density allowed by the general plan. Now, because the Etiwanda Heights plan does not currently include a residential density of up to 8 units per acre in the neighborhood area, the plan's densities are arguably inconsistent with the general plan, and the city must accommodate development within the neighborhood area at 8 units per acre. And I'm just reading from the statute. Second, the Housing Crisis Act, again also part of SB 330, affects the plan's current cap on residential units within the neighborhood area and the cap on units within each planning area. And that's how the plan was designed, and it was lawful in 2019. This housing law prohibits the city from implementing any regulation that, quote, limits the number of land use approvals or permits for housing within any portion of the city. Now, the current plan allows for development of up to 3,000 units in total. In addition, each planning area includes a maximum cap on the number of units that may be built in that area. As a result, the city cannot enforce the individual planning area and overall caps under the Housing Crisis Act because they limit the approval of housing within the neighborhood area. And this was an important law when the general plan was being adopted because the city used the Etiwanda Heights area as to meet its RENA. I do not believe that HCD was going to accept a housing element that included caps on the number of units that could be built. There needed to be a residential density standard. So what do the laws mean for tonight's discussion? Well, first, the Housing Accountability Act means that the neighborhood area's density is already effectively 8 units per acre because that is the density outlined in the general plan. Amending the plan to be consistent with the general plan's density ensures that the developer cannot submit its own application for a new development at 8 units per acre with its own standards that do not align with the city's interests. Second, the city likely would be unable to enforce the current plan's unit caps. So replacing the caps with a density standard, such as 8 units per acre, is a reasonable substitute for controlling density throughout the neighborhood area. In sum, denying the proposed new density of 8 units per acre does not mean that the city can simply enforce the Etiwanda Heights plan in its current form. Recent state housing law essentially grants land use control, would essentially grant land use control to the developer if an application were filed and the plan's density was inconsistent with the general plan, or the proposed development would conflict with the unit's caps. So that addresses why the general plan consistency issue is important, those 2 state housing laws.
Okay, thank you.
So in plain English, can we impose that 3,000 limit on this developer? Just bottom line, give us.
The
can we
Housing
do
Crisis Act prohibits the implementation of a cap on the number of units that can be developed in a geographic area of the city, like what is currently in the plan. That is now prohibited. And so the city must impose some density standard to protect itself against unbridled development in that area.
So the bottom line is that it's not about whether it's about either city, density under city laws, city rules, what we want, versus imposed density requirements from the state.
The consequences of not aligning the general plan with the specific plan are that tomorrow, or at some point in the future, an application could be submitted for a development at 8 units per acre with standards that the developer proposes to achieve that 8 unit per acre standard. And the city would be very hard pressed to deny that application if it were at 8 units per acre.
And the consequences if we did.
There are a range of consequences for violations of the Housing Accountability Act that begin with penalties imposed by HCD civil lawsuits from the Attorney General to force the approval of the project. And if the developer were to sue, and it would likely be the developer, for wrongful denial of a housing project in violation of the Housing Accountability Act, we would owe their attorney's fees.
Can you shed some light, and this will be my last question regarding this, but can you shed some light, the motivation of the legislature, because I think I know, but I want to hear what the motivation was from the state legislature to pass these Housing Accountability Acts and so forth. I know I always hear, we need more housing in the state. That's the state talking about it. That's HCD saying we need more housing.
Look, we can all, I'm not here to support or defend the wisdom of our legislature. I'm just telling you, in the statute, in SB 330, the legislative purpose is to limit a city's control to deny a housing development project. That is from the SB 330.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, it might be time to, if the council's going to begin deliberations, to
Yes.
close the public hearing.
Okay, public hearing is now closed, and we're going to bring it back to the council for some discussion based on public input tonight and any further discussions that we've had, so.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Thank you.
Council-
I have a
council-
few questions for staff. Sorry.
Is your microphone on?
Is it on?
Yeah,
Can you
I
hear me?
would put it up close to your face.
Sorry. Can you hear me better? Yeah,
Little
okay.
bit.
I have a few questions regarding things that were brought up tonight. One is every house individually inspected? That was a question that was brought up by the public.
I'm going to ask our Building Safety Services Director to help address some of those inspection questions.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Stickler. To answer your question, yes, the city has a process for all new development and construction. So the initial process would be to submit plans for plan review of compliance with state codes as well as life and safety standards. Once those plans are verified and approved with compliance with those standards, then as construction gets completed, we would be inspecting every single structure. There'd be various inspections performed from underground plumbing, fire sprinkler inspection, fire alarm, all the way to completion. It would have to get a final inspection as well as a defensible space clearance prior to any occupancy of those structures.
Thank you very much for that. Another question I had is regarding the planning area 2. It was brought up that the elevation could potentially create flood issues for surrounding neighborhoods. Could we please address that?
Certainly, I'm going to ask our city engineer and engineering services director, Mr. Welday, to come and address that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Stickler. So as part of the design process, the tentative map lays out the kind of shape of the parcels and the general layout. But as part of the actual design process, the developer will have to submit grading plans and hydrology and hydraulics studies to show that they are handling stormwater properly and that it will not create a flooding situation. In fact, our code requires that all houses be built post a certain date, I can't remember when the code was adopted, above the floodplain. And so and that would include actually not only making sure that the new houses aren't in a floodplain, but also ensuring that they're not developing enough water that would create a problem outside of that.
Perfect. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I did have another question regarding schools. What school district would these students be attending that lived in these plans?
The current boundaries of the plan are split between two school districts, Alta Loma and Etiwanda. At the community meeting, I know the developer had a station, and I believe he is interested in working with the school districts to realign the boundary to better balance the number of students. The city is not involved in that direct effort, but that is my understanding as to what they would like to do.
Thank you for that. And I would just like to add to the record, that if it is possible, because of our schools, both school districts are amazing school districts. However, if there is a way to help out our Alta Loma School District, because there is going to be a school needed to support these, if there is a way to work however we can as a city to help redistrict this for Alta Loma School District to have the benefit for students to be able to come in their district, that would be greatly supported from me. So just want to put that on record. The other, here we go. So first off, I would like to thank staff for all of your efforts and energy on this. I know that it has been vigorous, and we definitely want to acknowledge that and appreciate you for that. We also thank the public for coming out tonight and for letting your voices be heard. This is why we do public comment. This is why we engage with our community. It is important to us. I would like to say that there are recommendations that the Planning Commission did make, and I would actually like to acknowledge those but make further potential amendments on those. One of those being the TDR transfer year. We are just at the very beginning stages of this project, and nothing has been built to this point. The TDR is a good idea, and I do support this program, but think it is too premature to approve the full scope of where things can be transferred and where not. With so many unknowns of how these units will sell, I would like to offer, instead of the 8-year plan that they suggested, to minimizing that to a 6-year transfer cap at this time. I would also like to suggest, I understand why 12-plex is an appeal to the developer. However, I am not okay with, and I don't see it in here, but for future, I am not okay with 12-plex, but would like to restrict those, I am okay with the 12-plex, however, would like to restrict those from any of the surrounding areas, completely eliminating them from the outside perimeter altogether. So as we progress forward, I know 1 and 2 are what we're addressing tonight, but would like to also say that for future, those need to be limited to the inner areas of this project and not to impact or affect the perimeters of this project. Sorry. Also, open space. It was brought up tonight where these parks are considered very minimum compared to the areas that they are servicing. So I just want to also make sure that we are supporting to continue to have open spaces for our community members. That is something that is extremely important. So making sure that those are, I know, Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned 90 acres of parks. So I would really like to stand firm on that 90 acres overall, because that is something that is extremely important as well to our residents. So I also wanted to make a note of that just for future reference as well. So that is all I wanted to input for tonight.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr.
Councilman
Mayor,
Hutchinson.
I'd like to start with a question for our city attorney. We had a constituent who's here tonight, Mike Vogel, who was the 4th speaker at Planning Commission, also the 4th speaker tonight, talked about objective standards as a tool for limiting development. Can you comment on that?
Well, the Housing Accountability Act, it all but requires the city to adopt objective standards if it expects those standards to be enforceable against the housing development project. Mr. Fote heard from the city numerous times that this couldn't be a plan that just said 8 units per acre. It needed to be a plan that said 8 units per acre, and this is how it's going to be done, and there had to be objective development standards. Because the initial proposal was 8 units per acre, however we can possibly get to that, and that was not acceptable, and the city pushed back hard and made sure that there were actual objective development standards to show how we would get to that 8 units per acre. So I wouldn't call them limiting development. They're the city's opportunity to control land use in the area, because under the Housing Accountability Act, the city cannot deny a project based on a subjective standard.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. What I'd like to do now is I've kind of got 11 points, which I've summarized, that are helping me make the decision on tonight's outcome. And I'd like to share that with folks, is exactly what's going through my head, so you can kind of understand where I'm coming from. Originally, in 2007, the county decided to sell this property, so they went through the Surplus Land Act process. In 2008, they talked about the market crash, so the county all of a sudden was not in a hurry to sell a parcel that they thought was devalued significantly. But when the market started coming back in the 2015, 16, and maybe even a little bit before that, they started talking again because this land that was previously dedicated for flood control was no longer necessary. They wanted to sell it. When I asked at the time that we were considering this annexation, I asked what would the possibility be if the county wanted to develop the property as residential development and we did not annex in the city. At the time, that answer was north of 7,500 units if we did not annex it in. And so at that point, when we started our discussion and we understood like what could be, we said, is there a way that we can restrict, if we annex it, a large portion of it that's going to be conservation area in perpetuity? And so knowing that that was the number that was potentially on the table at the county, knowing that we had the potential to restrict 3,600 acres for conservation, and knowing that we were able to put together eventually an idea of a cap on development, I thought it was a pretty good idea to annex the property into the county, or into the city, not let the county development and have our own development standards. So that's one of the things that started this that I was considering. The second thing that I was considering is in 2018, 2019, we held 4 separate meetings with the community, of which I know some of you were there for back in the day. And originally, we had the Northeastern Sphere Annexation Project, is what we called it at the beginning, and we came with 4,000 homes. And we got a very clear message from the community that it was unacceptable, and that was too much development for that area. And we literally took that project and we threw it in the trash can. And then we started out with what became Etiwanda Heights, with a lot of community input, and said, how can we do this? Because we think this land is worth annexing to get the conservation in there. And if we can build a specific plan before we annex it, then we're going to have a lot more control than rather than someone else purchases the property and there's not a specific plan. So the idea was, using a lot of the time, we said, what's the best we can do? And the best is we kind of came up with this balance of what can pencil for a developer, but what's in the best interest of the community. And through a lot of tense meetings and pain and time, we came up with a 2,700 to 3,000 unit cap for that area. And that's what we wrote into law in 2019 in our city. After the fact that we created this specific plan, this is kind of my fourth point here, the county sold the land to a private developer, the developer that owns it today. And we know now that they are legally able to apply for an amendment to the specific plan that we passed in 2019. People have called, they've emailed, they've spent 3 hours here tonight. They've went to planning commission meetings, 2 of them. They attended 4 meetings, up to 4 meetings back in 2018 and 19. We're putting this together, and these are some of the comments that we had from planning commission. Christy DeCesar, who's here tonight, a 1996 resident, was worried about fire issues and traffic. She also asked a really good question tonight that I want to talk about. Ron, who's here since 1978, said that he felt that this was a bait and switch from the original plan. Alicia was worried about fire, public safety, overcrowding in schools. Starr said that this plan, as it's written right now, is a breach of trust. Richard said that it was a betrayal and that folks like me should go check out traffic on Banyan at 7:50 a.m. on a school day, I drove up at 7:35 a.m. to Day Creek in Banyan and drove from east to west to the fire station on the other side of Milliken. I then did it again at 7:40 a.m., 7:50 a.m., 8 a.m., 8:13 a.m., 8:26 a.m., 8:32 a.m., and 8:36 a.m. The travel time between those off-peak hours of 7:35 and 8:36 compared to peak traffic time, which on the day that I was there was about 8:13, it took about 2.5 times longer to move across Banyan, either from west to east or east to west than it did. So I wanted you to know that when that suggestion was made, I went up there and looked at it and exposed myself to it and drove back and forth for 1 hour. So I apologize to anyone who was there that day because I was clogging it a little worse, but it seemed like a good idea to understand it. Hazel said this has been handled extremely badly. Dr. W said he's dismayed with public outreach. Robert says this is an example of promises not kept. Jen said she wants transparency. Edward says, why is there no sidewalks? Phil was worried about fire and traffic. Malin said she was offended. Mr. Lee said that this was a bait and switch. One of our planning commissioners says the development wants something that's diametrically opposed to what the community wants. These are some of the things that I'm considering tonight. Also, what I'm considering is one thing that our city attorney talked about, which is SB 330. I want to read a kind of a paraphrase quote from that because the way that that bill actually reads is kind of like a DMV question, impossible to ascertain. A housing development project is acceptable to move forward if it's consistent with the general plan, but the zoning is inconsistent. So what we had was inconsistent zoning, but we had a general plan that said it was going to be 8 units an acre. When we wrote that original specific plan at 2,700 to 3,000 units, we did so because writing a specific plan is just that, it's specific. We wrote it at a granular level. We did it with the intention of creating the most protection we could for this property as we annexed it. The 2019 specific plan that we put together was one that was done with incredible community input, and it was not easy. SB 330 was voted into law the very next year. 2 of our legislators that represent Rancho Cucamonga, who no longer represent Rancho Cucamonga, voted for this law. This law effectively killed our ability to limit density at a level lower than what is memorialized in our general plan. But maybe more importantly, and especially to those of us that participated in this process in 2018, is that SB 330, like our city attorney says, eliminated the cap that our jurisdiction, our city council, can impose on this residential development. In plain terms, that means that the state legislature, specifically Senator Skinner, wrote a law that invalidated our ability to cap the development on this Etiwanda Heights area. Because now it is demanded that we use our general plan density when granting zoning rights to this property. And the challenges and the frustration, one of the many frustrations, is that our new owner on this property has no legal obligation to meet the commitment that we all crafted together in 2019 of 3,000 cap, of a 3,000 unit cap. What I'm also making my decision on is the fact that that unit cap of 3,000 total back in 2019 was made with deductions already in it for streets, parks, schools, easements, and infrastructure. What I know now, I think I know, and I'd like to know if I'm incorrect in saying this from my city manager and my city attorney, is that the quote of the 5,780, 6,300 does not account for streets, parks, schools, easements, and infrastructure. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir, that is accurate.
So one of the things that I learned in talking developers was if you have a raw acre of land, you cannot build houses on that entire raw acre of land. You can develop what most will tell you is about 75% of it. You can build about 30 to 32,000 square foot on an acre because you need a street to come service that house, and you can't build a house where a street is. Which means if you have the raw acreage that you can develop, and it's telling you can build 5,700 homes, 6,000, that does not include all of those things. So even though it looks like that they're going to build that many homes, that doesn't account for all of these other factors that will actually limit the amount of development to some degree that they will be able to build. And so that means that number is going to be lower. And if you're going to take kind of roughly that calculation I did, that you can build 75% of an acre, it's probably going to be around 75% of that maximum that they're talking about. Another thing that I'm considering today is that we're looking at 2 separate planning areas, which makes it nearly impossible to pinpoint the number of units that is going to be built in the end. But I would say that the worst part about that is it completely changes the dynamics of the conversation that we had in 2019, because all we talked about in 2019 was the cap and the number of units. And we can't pinpoint that anymore because we're looking at 2 planning areas, and because we no longer have the jurisdiction because the state swept it away from us 1 year after we made this commitment to our community. So the conversation in 2026 is way different than it was in 2019. So as I see it, there's roughly 3 options that we have. Number 1, I talked to 4 people today on the phone, and a lot of them had the same thing to say that some of the speakers did today, and they said we need to fight, and we need to fight this. So I started researching our options, and I said, who else has been there? Who else has done this? What are our chances? What are the examples that we can learn from? First, you could challenge the law and just say it's unconstitutional, but I found we're not going to have any chance at that. Number 2, you can straight deny the project, and people have been vocal in 2019 and today in 2026 that that's what their preference is. So rather than flying blind, I spent as much time since this agenda item came out, and I started researching, and I found a city that decided to fight state law, and it's Huntington Beach. And I was looking for a fighter. Guess who I found? Tito Ortiz, an MMA fighter who used to be on the city council of Huntington Beach. But I also got to talk to Tony Strickland, who's a former council member who's now a state senator, and I got to talk to him specifically about this issue. And I wanted to share, because they are ahead of us down this road, what I found out. And this is from December 11th of 2025. This is an article that's in the Voice of OC. And the title reads, Huntington Beach loses state housing mandated lawsuit. And I'm just going to pull a couple of quotes here because I know I've spoken way too long. And it says city leaders could be facing some big consequences for choosing not to create a state-approved housing plan, including possibly losing control of their own zoning plan or being put in a court receivership. The city, and this was one of the things that caught my eye, has lost at every single level of the California courts and have now filed their own lawsuit in federal court, which means they lost in Superior Court. The city state challenging the state laws lost in the appeals court of California. They were not heard by the Supreme Court. They then took it to federal court. They lost in the Central District of California, where we sit right now. They then lost in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And they're trying to be one of 80 cases out of the 8,000 that are being heard by the U.S. Supreme Court. I followed up because that was the update from the 11th. This is from the 20th of December, and it says, Judge orders Huntington Beach to adopt a housing plan. This was in a San Diego Superior Court judge, Catherine Bacall, said the city cannot use most of its zoning power to decide how developers build on land set aside for the housing in the city's old housing plan. The city shall not enforce its planning zone laws to disapprove of or reduce the density of any proposed housing development meeting the minimum densities. Bacall, the judge, ordered a suspension of the city's authority to permit any new development on a RENA site that would not satisfy minimum residential density requirements and removed the city's ability to grant zoning changes on those sites. She also ordered the city to greenlight any builder remedy projects that are received within 60 to 90 days, which means that if a developer builds affordable units, that they can largely ignore the city's zoning laws. The court hereby mandates the city approve all applications it receives for builder's remedy projects, and failure to adhere to these timelines in this paragraph, meaning if we received one of these proposals and we did not process it in 60 to 90 days, it's automatically deemed approved without us actually approving of it. And then I finally went to the State Attorney General's website where I read, the city cannot use existing land use policies to deny projects that would have been entitled to by right treatment. The city's permitting, rezoning, and subdivision authority is otherwise suspended. The reason I read this is because in my decision tonight on whether I decide whether we're going to fight this, I wanted to be completely educated on some other city that went this path, and I wanted to know what the chances and what we were up against. Tonight, we had 17 different people come to City Council and speak in this public hearing. I really appreciate those of you who've put your trust in us to make this decision, and I really understand the commitments that we've all made in 2019 and what we're faced with right now. And I want you to know that every single one of you who's emailed, showed up, called, matters. And it's all of those things that I've just mentioned that make this an exceedingly tough decision. One thing I can perhaps say with confidence at this moment is that accepting this amendment as it is right now is unacceptable. That's my comments for now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the comments from my colleagues, so I'll keep it short since Councilman Hutchison hit a few of the points that I was going to already indicate. First of all, thank you, staff. I know it hasn't been easy, but appreciate your comments this evening. Chief, I did have a question. Is there any follow-up to some of the comments that we heard regarding fire safety? There was a couple things about CAL FIRE, evacuations plans, newer homes still burning down. Is there any comments on that?
There are, and I'm sorry, I unable to remember the name of our resident where she spoke regarding the houses burned that she did research on from CAL FIRE and from 1985 to 2013, and then she also brought up the IBHS. So to address the first one, she's correct, 100% correct. The caveat to that is the houses that were burned in the WUI during those ranges were built prior to the standards. In 2008, they upgraded the building code to start requiring these types of developments, these types of housing, and then in 2012, they upgraded the materials. So needless to say, the houses that are burning were exactly to my point earlier, which was they're homes that are built prior to the current development standards. So that is absolutely correct. Yes, those are the highest volume of homes being built or being burned, and it's sad to see. And we wish that we could do more as firefighters to protect those homes when we're assigned to structured defense. But any home that's been built under these, that'll be built under these new standards, regardless of where they are in the community, as long as they're in the WUI and the very high fire hazard severity zone, they're gonna have to meet these standards. The second part of that is the IBHS. With respect to them, they're 100, that's absolutely correct. And, but again, IBHS is an initiative to shift the development type to meet their standards, so they're able to somehow ensure the homes that are built within the very high fire hazard severity zone. So absolutely correct, but it's based upon the fact that they want all homes built under these standards.
So I'm in agreement. You know, we've heard the calls, we've read the letters, seen the stuff online about how it's been betrayal on this particular project. And I agree with my colleague in terms of we worked really hard with the community back in 2019 to develop a plan that we all can be proud of. And so it is so unfortunate, and I heard the comment today, extremely disappointing. It is extremely disappointing that we're not able to do that plan because of state law, and it's been clearly explained by my colleague on the new state law. And so, yeah, that is betrayal on behalf of the state legislators that represented our community who didn't defend on local control. And I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of us here on the dais are very engaged with the League of Cities to protect local control and see what we can do to make sure that doesn't happen. So it is very upsetting about that. I mean, but on the other hand, it's a lot to consider. This is probably one of the toughest decisions that any of us have to face up here on the dais. A couple of things, though, I do agree that this amendment is not, I'd like to make some suggestions if I could. One of the things that I read and looked at is that we talk about the transfer of units from, for example, utility easements, those stuffs that will not be able to be built. I believe there's a total of 150 acres. And so my recommendation or suggestion is that since it's not going to be allowed to be developed, we shouldn't be able to transfer those number of units since that area is not going to be able to be developed. We heard some comments about Deer Creek and Haven Estates areas, about the types of ranges of housing. I would like to recommend or suggest that we can reduce the allowed building types in the neighborhood estate zones closest to Haven Estates and limit the allowed building types in this zone to 3. The estate, extra large and large homes to maintain the compatibility with that area. The other thing I want to talk about is community outreach. It was very disappointing that we recommended meetings and it didn't happen. I know we currently have a neighborhood meeting as part of the city's policy, but it's not required by code. And I think I would like to direct staff if we can kind of amend the development code to require a neighborhood meeting for all individual developments in the future. And I mean all developments, not just necessarily to this one. Because we've seen developers push back on this, and so we've seen what happens. They feel like it's a lack of transparency. And so I would also like to require a neighborhood meeting for all of the specific plan amendments for this particular project as well. And I would also suggest that these meetings can, I don't know if we can make it so, but they should be closer to where the proposed development is occurring. I didn't understand why the meeting was happening on the completely other side of town, away from where the development is. We should make it at least a little bit easier for the residents that are going to be impacted to be there. One of the other things that we saw is that some of the changes or recommendations they wanted to believe do 3 stories. Our general plan code doesn't allow for that right now, 2.5. Again, see direct staff if we can study potential changes to the general plan development code related to the number of stories in the traditional designation and address the inconsistencies in the Pacific Master Plan Development Code and General Plan. And that is it for now.
Thank you all that stayed here and have taken your time to stay till the very end to listen to us and how we deliberate and how we are navigating this very challenging decision to be made tonight. It is the most challenging decision that I have had in my 11 years on the council. I've had difficult decisions, but what makes this challenging is the encroachment on local control by the state, which Councilmember Hutchison elaborated on, which has taken it out of our hands, those commitments that we have made, and I still stand by those commitments to protect this community, that area, the neighborhoods, the character, the safety, everything that was promised. That's why it's so difficult when we have had that local control encroached on. Staff has done an excellent job in printing facts, frequently asked questions by our community. I have personally either met with, called, spoken to, or emailed many residents with the same concerns that you have shared this evening. Residents who are opposed, some of them are in favor, and others are not quite sure and trusting us to make the best decision on their behalf. I appreciate you, Councilmember Hutchison, doing all that research on what would happen if we chose as a community to fight the state laws, and it would be fiscally irresponsible to use taxpayer money on approaching battles that we could not win, taking money from public safety, parks, amenities, infrastructure on a battle. And then, City Attorney, will we also have to pay attorney fees if we lost the people that we fought, like the developer?
Very likely, yes.
So it would be fiscally irresponsible. So how do we make the best decision based on the current laws and what we want to still maintain for our community? I, too, wrote down some comments and questions that came up. Mike Vogel, I think, Councilmember Hutchison, you mentioned that, and our city attorney talked about what objective standards are. Chris Little mentioned that we have been dismissive of comments and concerns, which is absolutely not true. There is a process that we have followed, and it is our responsibility to listen, analyze the data, and make a decision that is fiscally sound and responsible for all residents in Rancho Cucamonga as we make this process move forward. Fighting developers, that was also mentioned, and I think Mr. Hutchinson did a good job about what it takes to fight. And I think that what we need to do is collaborate, and I'm trusting that the representative from the developer truly did listen and will go back and as much as possible, even though it's out of our hands, it's in your hands, and you can do as much as you can to reduce the density and ensure that that is going to be a quality development that reflects well on the neighbors, being a good neighbor, and takes into mind the infrastructure and the public safety. Jorge Ramos, I don't know if he's still here tonight. Mr. Ramos, you said life is good in Rancho Cucamonga, and it is, and we want to keep it that way. And the decision we make tonight, I agree with Councilmember Hutchison. The proposed amendments as they stand need some adjustments. Councilmember Scott mentioned some of those adjustments, and I know the mayor has adjustments as well that we're going to ask the developer to address. Sherry Donahue mentioned insurance, and I had my insurance canceled. And for 2 months, I was without insurance. That was the scariest 2 months between 2025 June and July, the end of July. And I finally had to go with 2 different carriers, cost me twice as much. But that also has to do with our state commissioner and the number of companies that have left California because they feel unprotected. They have not been able to adjust their rates, their insurance rates, to keep up with inflation, so they have left California. And our insurance commissioner needs to do something about reasonable adjustments to go along with the cost of living. Do I want it to go up? Absolutely not. But paying twice as much as I did 2 years ago for insurance, and yes, I did have to go to the last resort, California Fair Plan. I have 2 different carriers. So that is real. Insurance is real, but it's going to take us addressing our lawmakers at the state level to talk about getting more options and competition here in California, bringing some of those. Mine was State Farm and Farmers, and they left. So how do we get them back? Traffic and infrastructure, I do believe that Ms. Nakamura mentioned about how that's going to be addressed in the future as those plans come together, and working with the developer to ensure that those arrangements and details and infrastructure are parallel to development. Vince, I don't know if it's Piano or Paisano, but anyway, Vince mentioned also fire and evacuation. And Chief, you mentioned that there is a comprehensive plan to address evacuation and how that can protect our residents. So that being said, I do, Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion on a few
I'd like to hear
amendments?
any suggestions.
I'll be quick. I know it's 10:30 and this has been much longer than any of our meetings, but I'd like to address limiting the housing to single-family residents. I think that's what the developer said that he would do in those first planned communities, area 1 and 2. Limit the transfer of development rights and not allow those transfer development rights go to areas that were not going to be buildable in any way, like Edison. Are there other areas, Ms. Nakamura, that were designated as unbuildable? I don't want them to transfer those development rights to an area that wasn't going to be built anyway.
The only other
Utilities.
suggested area would be the areas around the required fuel modification break zones, which surround Los Osos High School. If you look at this item here, pull the pointer back up, would be the items in gray. So this sloped area here around the high school, and then this buffered area here.
Okay. I don't want to give up any of our parks and open spaces. I don't want that to be included as in the TDR or commercial. I want the commercial to support that housing there so that other residents in our city don't have to pay, that they can sustain themselves. Perhaps cap the number or set a percentage of transferable units. Councilmember Scott mentioned limiting housing type in Area 3, but we're only on the 2 areas. Those are removing the 12-plex and walk-ups from the from all of that area.
I think we're limiting them to the core.
For the core, okay. The core area up closer to the commercial.
Right, and getting them away from the perimeter of existing
Yes,
housing.
yes.
I believe we want to transfer, at least I'd like to make sure that we transfer any of those areas in 5 and 4 up into, get them out of those, planning area 5 and 4, and move them up.
So let me just make sure that I'm hearing this. We want to.
Well, let me just.
Well, I'll give it to Mayor. I think it was 6, 7, and 9.
Let us try to go through this, each one, and then, Ryan, I know you said you can't approve the plan as it is. Do you have any thoughts on what you'd like to see that would satisfy your concerns?
What I would say at this point is that we have to make the decision now on whether we can modify this existing plan enough, based on the comments we've heard tonight, versus risking the developer bringing a different project that we may not be able to stop at all. That is my biggest fear, is that this comes back, and correct me, Mr. City Attorney, if I'm wrong, there is an avenue, if Jennifer, and if you don't mind in a moment, could you define what a builder's remedy project is? But that there's an avenue that if they bought a builder's remedy project, that there's a chance that it would not even have to come in front of the city council again.
So the developer no one in the city has the right to submit a builder's remedy project in Rancho Cucamonga because the city has a certified housing element.
Okay.
It's not a builder's remedy project. What any applicant can do, and what many applicants have done, particularly along Foothill, is submit what's called a density bonus project.
Thank you.
And those density bonus projects traditionally in Rancho Cucamonga have proposed the minimum number of affordable units without providing any additional units, but using that mechanism as a way to waive development standards that prevent the project as proposed from moving forward.
So density bonus as an avenue just to be able to not give us as much purview and jurisdiction to limit what they're going to do. And I think that's a really serious concern. I think that's the decision we need to make, is whether we want to risk something coming through that we have even less control over than we do right now, versus if we can modify what we have in front of us enough based on the input that we've got from our community. And I think that as it stands currently, before the suggestions that I've heard from my colleagues, it's unacceptable. And I think some of those changes they're making are a big step forward and getting it a lot closer to something that the community is after.
Okay, let me try to capture this, because I've got a few comments to make. You know, and I can't thank you enough. This is probably the most frustrating project that I've ever dealt with in 22 years on this dais, because of what the state of California has done to try to minimize our ability to manage local control. It's very frustrating. I know of a number of local elected officials that go to the state of California and forget where they came from. And they say in the state of California, we think we know better what Rancho Cucamonga needs than Rancho Cucamonga's locally elected officials. And it's very frustrating. And I empathize with each and every one of you. But I agree with what everybody has said. I can tell you I empathize with somebody losing insurance, but insurance companies want out of the California market, mainly because of all the wildfires that have destroyed so many different areas of our Southern California region through Santa Ana winds. I do have great faith in our fire department and their professionalism as to what is defensible space, what is fire-safe building, what is defensible spaces and hardening of properties. I was a fire chief here in 2003 when the Grand Prix fire came through. We lost a few homes, and all of those homes had wood shake roofs. We didn't lose any tile-roofed homes or hardened homes. And I can remember that fire was buffering right against developments in the northern part of our city, urban wildland interface. We were very fortunate, but I have great faith in our fire department and their staff and their professional recommendations, and I would lean heavily upon them when they are able to say, yes, we can do a proper evacuation. I'm very frustrated with traffic in this city, as all of you are, but think of a city with no traffic. And I can tell you, every school in this city, do you talk about Los Osos and their schools up in that area? I live on the west side of town, and you cannot drive up Carnelian Avenue or out Baseline during school time when they're letting in and out. And the frustrating part for me is, when I was born and raised in this city as an elementary child, I had a bus service within a quarter of a mile to get to my school from my home, from my parents' home. Busing was eliminated because schools need that money for classroom work. And I sometimes wonder, it'd be nice to see busing come back to reduce the amount of impact around our schools throughout this city. And when it's time to pick children up and and move them back. It was commented about accidents, very unfortunate accidents around schools, and that certainly would be eliminated. But I think our staff has tried to do their best with traffic mitigations, and we will continue to do so as this development occurs. I can tell you that there was one comment made about the development, what is going on with the development. The department, our planning staff, nobody could tell what else is going to happen in the other part of the project. Well, when you look at this map that's up there, we're only dealing with 1 and 2 today. We're dealing with a specific plan amendment, but we don't know exactly what's going on up there. And correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Planning Director, but we don't know, so the staff can't say, oh, that's going to be a grocery store, and that's going to be a restaurant, or this is going to be whatever it is, because we're only dealing with these 2 projects.
Correct. The specific plan level is akin to the development code where there's a range of options, and it gives the general parameters of what they can do. And then when the individual developments come in, they have to work within those parameters.
Okay, the Planning Commission recommended that the years to implement the TDR was from 10 to 8, and Councilwoman Stickler wanted to go 10 to 6. What are your thoughts on whether we recommend 10 to 8, leave it at 10, or 10 to 6? Because we're going to need to give staff direction on each one of those.
Well, I think the question that I'd like to have answered is ultimately that's going to lead, if they only have 6 years instead of 8, that's going to lead to them being able to develop less units inside the development, right? Or it's going to make, they're going to have to be on an accelerated timeline.
It's really more about the timeline with which to move forward. So once it's put in the bank, whatever that time period is that the council ultimately lands on, that is then their time period to either continue with the next project to utilize those units, or if they did not, then those units would be withdrawn from the bank, not to be used again.
And if they weren't exercised within 6 years, they expire.
Correct.
And he's talking about a 10-year process of potential for development, right?
Can I ask one more clarifying question? When we say they're being used, does that mean that they've been built? Does that mean they've been entitled?
That would mean, and that's a great question, and I think it would typically be through the entitlement process, because it would not necessarily be through construction. Because once the entitlement has been done, where that's when the units essentially are reserved to be pulled out of the bank.
Would that have the effect of increasing the development and rushing that development over time? What would be the consequence of us shrinking that banking time?
I think the potential issues would be either rushing a development, rushing the developer to move forward with a development, whether they may be ready or not to do so. However, once a project is entitled, there is a time period before which they have to exercise their building permit, so that gives them some additional time on top of that. The other thing is that what it could do is it would just give them, it would create more opportunity for them to lose those potential units if there were some sort of market force changes that slowed down the development of the plan area. That would then potentially give them the opportunity they could potentially lose those units.
So we could control density if we shrink that timeline.
In theory, you're either going to control it or you're going to accelerate the development.
I certainly don't like the sound of rushing development. I don't think that's what we're looking for, but I certainly understand Councilwoman Stickler's inclination. If we leave it at 8, I think that probably makes more sense, because what I don't want them to do is try and cram something in quickly, because that's been one of the biggest problems with this process, as we've heard from our constituents. So I think maybe it might make more sense to leave it at 8, like the Planning Commission recommended, knowing what we know now. But again, I appreciate Councilwoman Stickler's inclination and where she came from.
I appreciate it too, because I know, well, I just know this transfer of development right issue is a big issue, as already has been brought up. So if we deal with that, then are we all good with 8?
Yes.
Okay, because the staff needs to be able to amend the
ordinance, yes.
the ordinance with the amendments. So the other item that was brought up is the excluding of the transfer of units from utility easements and other unbuildable areas within the property. And that equates to about, I guess from my perspective, if the developer buys the land and there's a utility easement and there's a defensible space area, and a flood control channel and anything else that might be there, that you can't build on it anyway, no matter what, even if you didn't have the right to do transfer of development. So I would recommend, I feel that I could support that, which would, in the neighborhood of, reduce the density within the neighborhood of 1,200 units, I believe. Is that not correct, Madam?
So the estimates that I have on the Edison easement are about 73 acres, with the wildfire buffer being an additional 35, so roughly about 108 acres. So times 8, you're looking at, what, 864, if I did that.
I thought it was, isn't it about 5,700 and?
What if we
80?
added the slow banks around the Los Osos High School and a Deer Creek channel to that? And what I also.
Yeah, the high school also.
Yeah, to increase that, and I think that might get to the mayor's suggestion there. But I also, if you wouldn't mind, just so we can talk a little more plainly, what it is there's a utility easement, an Edison easement over there on the east side of the property, which you cannot develop with housing because there's power lines right there and you have to be a minimum distance. The proposal as it sits right now, saying that we'd like to use that area and bank it and build other places, but you can't actually build there. So the mayor's point is really well taken with me, that you shouldn't be able to move homes that were never, ever available to be built somewhere else. And also that will make for a dramatic decrease in the number of units. I mean, that alone, up to 1,200 units. So that sounds.
My calculations were there was about 150 acres of that that is unbuildable land, according to the document that I was looking at.
I would need to confirm that.
Okay.
Well,
You can confirm that, but I believe that at any rate, the areas that you cannot build on shouldn't have the ability to transfer the development density, transfer it to other areas of the project, into the buildable areas.
I think, I'm sorry.
Does that make
Yeah, yes, and, okay, so adding in the Deer Creek channel, which they wouldn't be able to do anyway because they don't own that property, so,
Okay, no.
but it can be symbolic, or we can leave it in or take it out, but, it would have to be limited to property that they control, and the channel they do not. So we could eliminate I think it's 35 acres from the channel. And if you look at planning areas 1 and 2 and their subdivision maps, they did not count those as part of their overall area anyway, so.
Okay. The document that I was provided, it says, with approximately 150 acres of unbuildable land in the neighborhood area, this additional language would limit 1,200 units from being transferred to various planning areas. So that's, and then the next one that I've heard is limit the 12 plexes and walk-up buildings in the neighborhood general 2, specifically sub-areas 6, 7, and 8, and 6, 7, and 9.
So that would get them as far away from existing development as possible.
Right, and along with that, not have the 12 plexes or the walk-ups be allowed in the shops and restaurant area. So we protect the commercial development from ending up having walk-ups in the 12 plexes.
So restricting 12 plexes only to areas and walk-ups to 9, 7, and 6, but
No,
also not allowing.
6, 7, and 9.
Excuse me.
6, 7, and 9.
Okay, 6, 7, 9, excuse me. And also making sure that they're not allowed in the commercial development priority area.
Right.
Okay.
I agree with that.
And then we've already, and I think Ashley, Councilman Stickler mentioned about the buildings area in the northeast zone, limiting that to, what'd you say, 3 housing types?
It was me.
If I recall.
It was me,
think
Mr.
In
Mayor.
Area 3.
In Area 3.
It was me, Mr. Mayor, so,
Yes,
yeah.
that was you. Okay.
So that was, if I remember correctly, Councilor, I think it is within the neighborhood estates zone of planning area 3. So that would be this lightest area. I
Right.
just want to confirm. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I do have that now.
Okay. And that's all I had.
I had one more that
Oh,
Councilwoman
there's-
Scott actually brought up earlier.
Go ahead,
To make it
Christine.
absolutely mandatory that all future specific plan developments, and this is a great idea, Councilwoman Scott, have public meetings and have noticed public meetings, and they are not allowed to bring it to city council until they've met with the public under all circumstances.
Isn't that going to be in the development code, or would that be in an ordinance?
There were two there were two suggestions that were given. So one was specific to this specific plan amendment, and then one was a code amendment that would be to all development
Development,
projects. And that would likely end up being a code amendment. We'll have to take a look at that.
And that would, not just any specific plan in the future, no matter when it is, there needs to be neighborhood meetings mandatorily.
Yeah, if we do that, then that would be a code amendment. If
Right.
you want it exclusive to this specific plan, we would include it in this specific plan amendment.
I think the recommendation, in addition to future, all new developments, was in addition to this particular one too, moving forward, that they should have community development meetings, or
And the-
community meetings with the,
So
And-
if I can make sure that we're all on the same page, I'm hearing that you would like in the specific plan amendments that there would be neighborhood meetings for each of the developments and any future specific plan changes. I'm hearing separately you would like us to look at adding something potentially in the development code about having, also requiring neighborhood meetings for any other developments. Is that correct?
In a parcel that's vacant, and then they want to do something on that parcel.
So
they need-
there's two directions there.
Okay.
One approaches one impacts the amendment, one is a separate thing that staff will work on.
Yeah, I just want to be able to make, I think we all feel that we want to make sure that in the future, that we want, it's not a developer choice, it's a desire we want to be able to make sure that the public is hearing, being able to
Understood.
be heard on what they desire for their neighborhood. Also, I think another one that would be important is, I think we already talked about that, fixing the specific of the specific plan versus the general plan on the number of stories. 2.5 stories is in the,
That will be a staff-directed takeaway item that we will bring back at a later time.
And I'll take it a step further if the council wants to direct us, that we can comb through the general plan and specific plans and development code and look for any other potential inconsistencies so that we can avoid some of this into the future.
and that was my recommendation earlier, is that we look at that. and all of
What
this.
about capping the number of transferable units to a specific number or percentage? Is that an option for us?
It is an option, however, with the other changes that you've proposed, it would be difficult to estimate a cap that, at this point, but I think by limiting the numbers that can be transferred based on the areas that are not buildable, and then limiting where they can go, I think that gives enough clear direction with enough flexibility to allow the developer to continue to move forward.
Okay, thank you. And what about requiring a minimum number of building types in each planning area so it doesn't look like cookie cutter, they're all the same institutional type look? So can we require a minimum of at least 3, or what number of building types, 3 or 4, so we get some diversity?
We do that now in the form-based code that applies along our corridors for mixed-use development. So along Foothill and Haven south of Foothill, we have a minimum building type requirement to
Okay.
mix up. So we can. I heard a number 3. I don't know if we want to.
Jen, would it make sense if they were consistent, what's in the corridor and what's here, or are they two different?
They would be different because the requirements in the corridor are per development. So if you have a development, you have a minimum, if it's over 6 acres, it has to be a minimum of 3 different building types.
So do we want to,
3 building types, a minimum of 3? I'm asking my colleagues.
Good with 3.
Okay.
I mean, if we're saying 3, and we're saying 3 building types in planning area 3, so maybe we just leave it consistent throughout the.
I would state though,
And 2.
however, the current proposals for planning areas 1 and 2 only have 2 building types. So I
Okay.
want to make sure that, is that still an acceptable move forward? And this would be for planning areas 3 through 9.
So right now, we have 2 building types for 1 and 2, and then for planning areas 7 and 8. So right now, we have a diversity, 4 in planning areas 7 and 8, 5 and 5, 6. So, okay, 2 building types were,
So is the council agreeable to leaving the 2 building types or accepting the 2 building types only in planning areas 1 and 2 and then applying any sort of new standard to the remainder of the planning
Yes.
areas?
yes.
Okay.
I think that's what the objective is.
Mr. Mayor, 2 comments. The ordinance is before you tonight. Jennifer and I can take a recess and draft up language to implement all of these changes and bring it back to you tonight so that you can introduce the ordinance tonight. If you don't introduce the ordinance tonight, which is fine, we can spend some time working on this. It would be on, you could add it to the next agenda for introduction, and then the subsequent meeting, the ordinance would be adopted. And just for the public's understanding, an ordinance requires 2 readings, introduction, and then the second reading and adoption. And they can't be done at the same meeting.
and we would need to extend the hearing then, or?
No, the hearing's closed.
Okay.
Right now, the council's deliberating, and so at this point, we're just trying to implement and find a consensus on the council's direction. The second issue that I suppose you might want to consider is to ask the developer whether any of the proposed changes are going to cause him to withdraw his current application, which I know you don't want to do. And so
No.
you might want to hear from him on the record.
Well, I was thinking, once we got this all squared away, that what, sir, if you'd come on back, Matt, rather. Okay, you can ask.
Thank you, appreciate the opportunity. I was sitting there hoping we'd have the opportunity to discuss some of these. Thank you again for your time. Let me just go through, I've been taking pretty good notes. I can go through them. Now, just one thing I want to mention is the whole reason we had the TDR, it was to decrease the density around the periphery. That's the whole reason it's there. And that's even consistent with the original specific plan, had higher density in the middle, less density on the periphery. But the whole reason we introduced the TDR program, because we knew the neighbors didn't want 8 units to the acre near their homes.
Right.
And so it's not to create incredible density, but when you start limiting product types, you're really squeezing flexibility. I've heard a couple things like saying you want diversity of product types, and then I also heard, well, in this area we want to limit. I think there's some flexibility there, but I just want it clear that the TDR program was designed to try to respect the residents around there. The whole reason it's there was to move density away from the periphery in the middle.
And
Yep.
if I'm not mistaken, in both planning areas 1 and 2, you do have the ability to transfer density rights, correct?
Correct, yes, because we developed less than 8 units a acre.
So I guess the question that I think we need to find out is, do you support, well, is the transfer of non-buildable density rights and not being able to transfer those, is that acceptable to?
I'd have to talk to my client real quick. If I could have we're gonna have a recess. If we could possibly have a recess, I could have some time to talk. But I know from like the utility corridors, that's easy. You know, I have to go back and crunch the numbers. It's been a while since we looked at this, and I apologize, I can't do it on the fly.
Sure.
But the utility corridors, you know, you're right, those were never gonna be residential anyways. They have the potential to do commercial in those areas possibly. You see a lot of RV storages and stuff below those areas, parking. We're probably not gonna do that. We're probably gonna do open space instead to try to hit the 90. But I'd have to talk to the client about that. But as far as, you know, trying to really squeeze density down, I mean, our goal very much is to get to, you know, 5,000 units. I mean, it doesn't have to be exact, but it was 5,000 to 5,700 was very much our goal. And we were doing that by doing the TDR, reducing density from the side. So when you start squeezing us down below those numbers, you know, I think things start getting revisited, right? Like, is it, you know, like I said, you know, Councilman Hutchinson, you asked a great question early on. This doesn't feel like you're trying to, you know, do a project the community's proud of, but we really, and I want to be honest, we really did. Like, we had state law levers. We didn't want to go there.
I understand.
And I didn't come here and grandstand or threaten. That was never our goal. But at some point, we have to run the factors of, is it worth just going 8 units the acre everywhere and just building it out with, you know, with state law? And we're really trying to meet the community halfway and deliver something. But I only mention that because that TDR program is super important. When you start squeezing that and reducing units and limiting where it can go, it just really limits our flexibility. And I was, you know, like going down to 6 years, you guys already said that doesn't make a lot of sense, and I was going to agree. It doesn't, because with recessions and other limits, it just really,
No, I understand.
it makes us second guess doing what we're doing, which is less density on the periphery, which we really want to deliver to the community. We knew that was important, and we wanted to lead with that, and we wanted to show that right off the gate. But you know, I think the utility corridor, to answer your question directly, that one we could, I need to talk to my client, but we could probably make some concessions there. But things like parks, like, you know, I think some of that TDR is from the parks. We're developing parks in order
I wasn't talking about parks.
Yeah, so I need to talk about some of the buffer areas that were mentioned earlier. Do you want me to respond to other ones also, or should I? Let's see. So the 12 plexes and walk-ups, I'm pretty sure those are already limited to certain areas. If you look at the chart on the screen, we already can't do those in quite a few areas.
Can you do them in 5 and 4?
Yes.
I believe we can. I don't think we can do them in 3.
No, I know, yeah, I was just wondering.
And we don't have any intention to, by the way, but yeah.
Could you move
we
out
actually,
of 5 and 4 into 7, 6, 7, and 8, or 9, rather?
you know, you know, there was an area in 5 that we wanted, that we thought would make sense to have a little more density, just for, like the comment was made, diversity of product. And that's an area where you might have less dense around the edge, and then you might have a little bit of density in there, especially near the schools where kids can walk to school, and that's kind of where, so I do think that makes sense to still have that product, and you know, it's not everywhere in 5, but it's still there in some places. But I mean, we'd be willing to discuss some minor modifications to this table, because we're sensitive of residents, but I think just wholesale moving it out of 4 and 5 would be difficult, would be my guess.
Very good.
Yep. The next one was shops and restaurants. So what I'm hearing is you don't want any mixed use, and we weren't planning on it, but you wouldn't want any mixed use in the commercial areas. You just want a hard line, and I think that would be, we weren't thinking about it. I think that proposal would probably be fine. I just need to confirm it.
Very good.
Let me just see. The diversity of product types, I mean, that's another reason why I need a broad range. Yes, you know, the builders like segmentation, they like product types, and our part of moving like when you have this many homes, there's a lot of homes to sell, and it's going to take us, you really need multiple product types, multiple segments, and so we don't really have any issue with that. I mean, that's very much our goal, is to not have a street where all the houses look the same. Even what you're looking at in 1 and 2, when you see the streetscape, the builders are very good about making, making it look like you're not looking at the same house. But as far as product type, I don't think that would be a problem having like a minimum of 3 in each planning area, because I think we'll probably end up with 4 or 5 in a lot of these planning areas, which is why I need that TDR and I need some of the product types as well.
Understand. Okay.
Let's see. Future public meetings for specific plan amendments. I suspect that would be okay. We mentioned as we get into commercial, we're planning on it anyways, so I don't think that'll be problematic with the specific plan amendments. Let me see, inconsistency. So, let's see, no standard, making sure I hit everything that was raised. I think I hit the main ones, unless I missed one, I apologize. A lot of the other comments were for staff, not necessarily for us. Yeah.
Very good.
Okay. If you have additional questions, happy to discuss.
Anything
But
else? No, well, that's, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but he can do.
I think, what I would like to do, you do your thing, call your client. You go back and do work on the ordinance, and we will continue on with the rest of the meeting, if that's okay, and you can wait here. We've got 2 other quick items, and then we can wait for them. How long do you think you'd be?
Let's start with 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll go through for 10 minutes, and then we'll go ahead, if that's okay with everybody, to continue on with the rest of the agenda. And Ashley, did you have a question? Did you have a question or comment?
I did. It was regarding parks and open space, making sure that we are also not transferring into those areas and really keeping that a priority.
Absolutely, no issues. Yeah, we have a robust park requirement, and we will not be trying to read it. We're going to hit. I know I gave a range tonight because there's some dispute, but for sure it'll be a robust park requirement. There's going to be lots of parks, a lot more than what you see in PA1 or PA2, and we are not planning to turn any of those park areas into development areas. So 0 issue. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And that doesn't need to be a part of the ordinance necessarily tonight, because you're not amending any of the other layout of the parks throughout the rest of the neighborhood area.
Correct. It's already required, and we're going to honor that. Yes.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on.
Mayor Michael, if I can just interject, we've passed the 10 p.m. threshold, and on our agenda it says that if we were to pass 10 p.m., it's done by consensus of the City Council to move forward. So since we've concluded essentially this item to move to the next, if I can just have a consensus from the City Council that we're continuing the item.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Okay, our next item is under City Manager Staff Reports. And
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Senior Human Resources Business Partner, Emily Nielsen, will be coming to present this item, which is a request to, per PERS law, to rehire 2 recent retirees to help fill some work needs while we recruit.
Good evening,
Yes.
Mayor and members of City Council. Before you is consideration to approve a resolution to hire retirees Lirio Rosas and Alice Espinoza prior to the CalPERS 180-day waiting period in order to fill a critically needed special assignment. Ms. Rosas and Ms. Espinoza will be providing training to payroll staff and will be developing a comprehensive payroll training manual for current and future employees. Staff asks that you approve this resolution to meet the statutory requirements for Ms. Rosas and Ms. Espinoza's employment. I'm available if there's any questions.
any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second. Thank you.
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. And by the way, thank you for that report, because that's something very important to all of the city employees is in payroll. Selection of a delegate that's council business, for the Southern California Association of Governments, otherwise known as SCAG's General Assembly, coming up, I believe, in May. You were there last year,
And the year before, and the year before that.
and you're going
Are
to be
you
there
willing-
again this
I
year.
would
you
like the
willing to do-
opportunity, even if you want to go, I mean.
No, I was going to ask if you wouldn't mind being.
I would not mind. I would appreciate the opportunity to represent the city at the SCAG General
Would
Assembly.
you like to do an alternate?
Don't make
No
eye
one's
contact.
interested in being an alternate.
Don't make eye contact.
You better be
I feel
well.
confident I will be there to
I
vote,
think-
yes.
If
I
you
think-
need an alternate, I don't mind being the alternate, seriously.
Would you be all right with the mayor pro tem?
Ryan,
He
would you
raised
like
his
to be the
hand.
alternate?
You want to be the alternate, Ryan? We'll
I
let
think
you
he
be.
does.
Yes, I want to be the alternate.
Knew
Okay.
it.
Okay, that, everybody is fine. So you have that, Christine Scott is the primary member, and Councilman Ryan Hutchinson is the alternate. It's getting late, oh my gosh. So, excuse me. But, anyway, so, do you have a motion?
I move that Councilwoman Scott be the delegate and Councilmember Hutchison be the alternate for SCAG.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Council announcements, interagency updates. Our city attorney is gone, so there's no updates for him tonight, so we'll dispose that. Any items for next meeting? Since we're doing this tonight, we will be having second reading next week, so, next meeting, so, we'll just now take a recess until staff and our attorney return.
I got a flight in 5 hours.
Where are you going?
Sacramento for League of Cities meeting tomorrow.
Oh,
A
gee,
transportation
Christmas.
committee meeting.
Oh. Okay, we are going to reconvene our council meeting and continue on. If we can get Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy, please come to the podium, or the dais, not the podium. Excuse me. What? Okay. Okay, since we've come back from recess, I've been asked that would be best for us to do a roll call. Mayor Michael is present, Mayor Pro Tem Lynn Kennedy.
Present.
Council members,
Ryan Hutchinson
Ryan
is present.
Hutchinson,
Christine
Christine
Scott's present.
Scott, and Ashley Stickler.
Present.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Jen and I have gone through and developed some language to implement what we think is the council's direction. We've also talked to Mr. Fote, who's also spoken to his client, and he has agreed to some things and has some modifications to other things. And so what I propose to do is go through each item, explain what we've done to facilitate your direction, and then let Mr. Fote respond to that.
Okay.
So the first item, you didn't mention this, but we just wanted to confirm the council's understanding, because this was what the Planning Commission recommended, which was the maximum density for projects subject to the transfer of development rights program shall be 20 units per acre. Do you want to retain that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that okay, Matt?
We were hoping at 24, but we can make 20 work.
Okay.
Yes.
Second, so units added to the transfer of development rights bank shall expire 8 years from the date they are added to the bank. I understand that that's okay, too.
Correct. We could not have made 6 work, as I mentioned, but we can live with 8. That is acceptable.
Okay. Third, the walk-up and 12-plex building types are prohibited within areas 4 and 5 is what the council requested. Mr. Fote said his client is willing to do that within planning area 4, but not 5.
And just to clarify.
Can you put that back up again?
Just to clarify, there's a small area of PA5 that is allowed, and it's in the middle of PA5, and it's really just diversity of product, and it's really to facilitate less intensity. Like, especially when we get up to planning area 3, which is near the Dry Creek area, we're going to talk about that in a minute. We are planning on less density, and so I just need places to put it. In 7, 6, and 9, we were worried that area would get too dense.
Too dense,
if we don't have enough areas, and so we're willing to concede on 4. We just need a little area in 5. And again, we're just trying to spread density is the goal there.
Mr. Mayor, I could see that being attractive in that 5 does not border any existing communities.
No, it's right around the high school.
Right, where 4 does.
Yeah.
So that would limit having those higher density developments along the existing development. So if I was to pick one, Mr. Mayor, I think that
Yeah,
5
I'd
would be
rather
the one
have
that would.
5 move than 4.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We can live with that. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, the next one is the eligibility criteria for the transfer of development rights program shall prohibit a sending site from being located within the dispensable space buffer, the slope banks adjacent to Los Osos High School, and within any area burdened by an overhead, maybe that should say within any property burdened by an overhead utility easement. That's what the council requested. I understand Matt has a response.
So we looked at that, and the constraints of including all those areas is just too much. It just isn't something that we feel like we can accommodate. We are willing to, we're still trying to check the numbers, but I think on the fly, in the spirit of cooperation, we are willing to include the areas under the corridor that are truly not buildable, which we think is, like 50 to 70 acres. We'd have to confirm that number. So that area, we're willing to confirm that we wouldn't be transferring density off of that non-buildable area. But all the defensible space, that's like open space. That's no different from parks in our opinion. Those are areas where we're choosing not to develop, where they're having open space. Because those defensible spaces, to be clear, we do this all the time. It's not, if you can get permission from the neighbors, we'll often go do 50 feet on the neighbor's property, and we'll do 50 feet on our property. So I don't know exactly where those would be, but those will end up being open space anyways, and we view it almost like park and open space. But we would be willing to limit the TDR on in the spirit of compromise, we'd be willing to do it on the utility corridor if it's not, the commercial areas and the not buildable areas where we didn't have buildable anyways.
There was a comment made about the sloping areas at the high school. Did I hear that correctly?
I think that's more defensible. There are some, I've been on the high school. There are slopes right at the edge of the property. I don't know what our grading plans are, but I know that there will be a buffer there with the high school. But the only areas that I'm authorized to give up the TDR on is the utility corridor, unfortunately. I just felt like other restrictions were just too constraining. We were going to lose too much density.
What kind of loss of density does the corridor give?
It's, I believe it's about 50 acres, 50 to 70. So it'd be anywhere between, that'd be 400 to 600, 400 to 600 homes would be lost by giving that up.
And Mr. Mayor, the area around Los Osos High School that we've been talking about is about 7 acres, so it's a relatively nominal number.
And I apologize, we are really trying to balance the needs. I know this is difficult for everyone, but we talked a lot about that one, and we just felt like we were losing too much density at that point. And part of this, we're really trying to preserve less density around the neighborhoods, 1, 2, and 3 in particular, have been on that eastern edge, and we just need, this whole plan is premised on doing that, and if we can't reach agreement, we're just running out of options, unfortunately. So I'm really sincerely trying to meet everyone halfway.
I understand, yeah. Colleagues, how do you feel about that?
I'm reluctant to make a concession on that until we hear more if we have any more disagreement. I'd like to kind of hear the rest of Nick, if you could read the rest of the code and understand what else is we don't have agreement on.
The next one is all future specific plan amendment, tentative tract map or design review applications shall require at least one neighborhood meeting prior to the application's planning commission hearing. I didn't hear an objection to that one.
I heard specific plan amendment, so.
I heard any development.
I think we could do tract maps possibly, but design, like for instance, we're planning area 1, we're going to design review, soon, and yeah, I don't have authorization to, sorry, and I apologize if I misheard. I heard that before any specific plan amendment, we'd have a public hearing. That's what I was authorized to do. Now, could I include tract maps? Probably, but that would be multiple public meetings. Frankly, it just slows things down a lot. With development.
Could I make an alternative suggestion? If they're required to do it for tract maps or design review prior to public hearing, perhaps, and given that there are already objective development standards that are in the form-based code that really limit any subjective standards that the design review committee could consider imposing, perhaps they could, in lieu of the design review committee, they could do the neighborhood meeting instead. That would keep the housing project well under the 5-meeting limit that's required by state law. And that might be an appropriate concession to ensure that the public is well informed of future meetings. The Planning Commission will still review, the entire commission would still review the project and be able to apply any necessary conditions of approval.
Would that be then consistent with how we would approach it for anybody else that was doing a tract map?
We don't know yet until we study
Okay,
that a
until
little
you
bit
study it,
more
all right.
and bring it
Tract
back
maps
to the
currently do
council.
not go to the design review committee, so, and
That's true.
honestly, most tract maps go with a housing development. Right now, those are bifurcated.
So would that be acceptable to you, to your client?
I believe so. I just want to make sure I heard properly, if that's okay.
Go ahead and
Ms.
repeat it.
Knockham- Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Knockmore, if you could repeat.
Certainly, so what it would require for any design review application or tract map application, to have one neighborhood meeting prior to the planning commission hearing, and in lieu, they would be able to bypass the a required design review committee meeting.
So it's essentially a public hearing in lieu of the design review. Yes, that would be acceptable because, you know, it's going to be the same process. Yes.
Okay.
So great solution there. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just writing this down. Okay. The next request from the council was a minimum of 3 building types are required in planning areas 3 through 9.
So our concern on that one is that that's very much our goal, but, you know, with these, we feel like the 3 is too limiting. For some of our planning areas end up being pretty small. There's only a certain number of homes. Our goal would be to try to hit 3. And even within a product type, there's great diversity. Like sometimes that same product type has a range of, you know, 300 to 400 square feet. They do it, the builders do it through offering bonus rooms or, you know, teen rooms or, you know, open, there's all these options the builders offer. So these homes, although it looks, like I mentioned this before, it looks like you're only getting 2 product types. There's a lot of diversity within those product types. And we were just concerned that that limitation would be too limiting. Again, our goal, like I said, you can see on 5, I really wanted to preserve some product types there. I think our goal is we'll have 3 or 4 in a lot of these, but we were just concerned that 2 would be too limiting. I'm sorry, that 3 would be too limiting, but we are okay with a limit of 2 going forward with the goal of doing more than 2.
So how is 3 limiting and how is 3 limiting?
Some of our planning areas are like 170 homes. And when you're selling to a builder,
Okay.
there's just to try to squeeze it up, try to do 3 really different product types with all the options and stuff they offer. They just aren't interested in that small of
And you say by
segmentation.
options, that's how that appears from the front and
Yeah, like when you go meet
side-
with the
side
builder,
yard.
they've got, usually, every builder usually has 2 or 3 product types, and then they have like 4 or 5 floor plans within that product type. And so you're getting a diversity of product even within the product type. They look different from the street, they look different inside, they have different floor plans. But having too many product types makes it too complicated for the home builders. And so, again, our goal would be, a lot of our planning areas are big, like 9's a big one, probably have 4 or 5 up there. But having across the board 3 building type restriction was just too limiting in our opinion. But again, the stated goal is to have multiple product types, really diverse. We're trying to hit as many segments of the market all across the project. And frankly, that's how homes move, is when a home buyer shows up and they've got 10, they find their price point, and that's really how we're gonna move product. So I guess I'm just promising we're gonna have a very big diversity of product here. That's just inevitable.
But what if we base it on acres? For instance, if it's 50 or less, perhaps 3 and 51 to 100 acres, and then anything over 100 acres? Could you do more planning or housing types and options building in areas with more acreage?
That's a great idea, Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy. Let me, does anyone, Jennifer, Ms. Nakamura, do you know the acreage of planning area 2 and 1 by chance? I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head.
Planning area 2 is, planning area 1 is 27.7 acres. And planning area 2 is 39.2 acres.
So I think I hear if we were over 50 acres, we'd agree to do 3 product types. Is that, I think.
4 building types if it's 51 to 100 and 5 if it's over 100? Are you saying that's too many options?
I think we could probably agree to 3 if it's over 50 acres, and if it's, if we hit another maybe 80 acres, 75 or 80 acres, we could do 4. Just trying to, something like that. Yeah, I think that would be, I may get fired tomorrow, but that sounds reasonable.
You better not, because we're not starting over, sir.
Exactly, it's now or never. I think that would work, to do 3 product types if over 50 acres, because that was our concern, and some are small, so that does alleviate our concern. So we would be okay with that. We would propose, if it's okay for the council, and obviously, we would do 3 if over 50 acres, and then 4 if over 80 acres, if that's possible.
Does that sound?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay.
writing this down.
I
Thank
know
you.
you are. That's why no one's talking.
Three. All right, just to confirm, that's a minimum of 2 building types and any planting area between 25 acres and 50 acres in size. Minimum of 3 building types and any planting area between 51 acres and 80 acres in size, and a minimum of 4 building types and any planting area greater in size than 80 acres.
I might have misstated, I apologize. I meant to say that when we hit 50 acres, it'd be 50 to 80 would be 3, and then 4, over 80 acres would be 4. I apologize if I misspoke.
I think that's what I said.
Oh, maybe I misheard. So you're saying up to 50 acres is 2, 50 to 80 is 3, and over 80 is 4?
Well, yeah, basically, it should just be up to 50, not between 25.
Yeah, up to 50
Yeah.
should be 2
Yeah.
minimum.
Area.
I might have misheard, but yes, what you just said is correct and acceptable.
Okay, and I'm going to read through all of this once we're done.
Okay.
Okay, the next is what you had functionally requested was in the neighborhood estate zone, that the unit types would be, building types would be limited to estate house, extra large house, and large house. And Mr. Fote had a response to that.
Yeah, we were getting worried about limiting ourselves to 3, but one thing we could commit to is that every home in that light area, the area circled there, the one that has a 3 in it, every home in that area would be a detached house, every single one, so no attached product at all. And our plan is that those will be our largest homes.
Was it in your plan, was there a plan for
We don't have a
attached
plan.
homes in that area? Oh,
We
you
don't-
don't have?
Oh, we don't have a, yeah,
You're
tonight,
just
tonight we're
committing.
just planning area 1 and 2.
You're committing now that it
Yes.
would be single-family detached?
Yeah, we're committing that planning area 3 will be single-family detached, and I'm stating on the record, our plan will be our largest lots, our largest homes will be in that area.
So with that, we would be adding 2 building types back, which would be the medium house and small house, and removing the attached A, duplex, and quadplex from that area.
So we're essentially removing the ability to do any attached in planning area 3, which was never in our plan anyways in that planning area.
And how-
Assuming we could keep, sorry, I apologize, just to clarify, assuming we could keep the TDR in its current form, we're able to do that really low density because of the TDR program. Just wanted to clarify that point.
And you said your largest home, so what does that look like? I mean, I know we don't have the plan yet, but what does that typically range from?
So in that area, we're allowed to do estates, which are the largest homes. There's limited people that can afford those type of homes. So, but yeah, I think the idea would be we'll have some estates probably up along the foothills there as you move down. But again, we're always sensitive to the neighbors. So you'll see our biggest homes along the existing neighbors and probably along the foothills. And then as you get closer to, where Milliken would go if it kept going straight, they'll probably get smaller as you move away from the boundaries, like we are everywhere else. But on that one, we're absolutely committed to do fully detached, no attached product in that area at all. Because we know that that's what the neighbors want.
Okay.
And then finally, and this is just a clarification of what has long been discussed and is in the staff report, that the maximum height of any building type within the specific plan shall be 2.5 stories.
Yes.
To be consistent with the general plan, yes.
Correct. It sounded like the council still needed to deliberate on the question of where you would limit the selling sites in the transfer development rights program.
And that was?
The council member had requested the defensible space buffer, the slope banks adjacent to Los Osos High School, and within the overhead utility easement. The developer has proposed just the property burden by the overhead utility easement.
Can I ask a clarification point? Are all of those, when we say that, all of those defensible space buffer, slope banks around Los Osos High School, Deer Creek Channel, Are those all currently owned by the developer?
The Deer Creek Channel is not, that is owned by the County Flood Control District.
Okay, so I could certainly see removing that one.
That, to be clear, that was never included, the Deer
Okay.
Creek Channel.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because you don't own that.
Yes, correct.
So what you're asking us to do is consider disallowing any TDR in the Edison corridor.
Correct, yeah, that's what we're proposing as a compromise, that we would agree to forego any TDR out of the Edison corridor.
How does everybody feel about that?
What are the other areas?
The
that we-
defensible space
different-
buffer of 35 acres and the slope banks around the Los Osos High School area of 7 acres.
But
So
you never
on
planned
the
to-
screen, this is the defensible space buffer, is this area up here. And then secondarily, you have the slope banks that surround Los Osos High School.
You were never building there anyway.
We, like around the high school, I honestly, we've never looked at that area in particular, but through grading, I mean, I don't know if that I haven't seen a restriction on development in that
7
area.
acres.
Like, I don't think we're planning on it, because we need defensible space. But there's other ways, like I said, on other projects, we find other ways to deal with defensible space, usually through, joint brush management with neighbors. I'm just speaking from my experience with other projects, so I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that that area was not developed. In the Edison corridor, I think that's why we're willing to concede that area, unless you're willing to spend the money to underground. And they do that, people underground and then develop. But we are willing to concede that point, but these defensible areas, we view them no different than the parks. Like in PA1 and PA2, we're getting credit for the park space we're creating. If we're creating defensible space and the HOA is maintaining those long-term, that essentially ends up being like open space. And we don't view it any differently than the parks, and we should get the development transfer off of that area. So to answer your question, we do see a pretty big distinction between the SC corridor and those defensible space slope areas.
How many acres are we talking about?
The defensible space buffer, I believe, is, one second, I can tell you. Like I said, the Los Osos boundary is 7 acres. And then I have the longest password. The defensible space buffer is approximately, I think it is 53 acres. Apologize, I am exhausted. 35 acres.
35, and you said in 70, so 100, a little over 100? So how many
35 and 7.
So 35 and 7, so
Oh,
it would be
7.
42.
Okay, that's,
I think I'm mathing today.
okay.
I should this is the biggest sticking point for my client, just to be clear, like this was, even getting the corridor was a big concession on there. I mean, I know there's a lot of horse trading going on here, but I just don't have a lot of flexibility on this one, unfortunately.
So approximately how many units?
50 acres would be 400 units at 8 to the acre.
That you're gonna transfer somewhere else?
Yeah, when we get up to those areas, yeah, those would be transferred. Again, our total, we talked about rough numbers, and the acreage, it's hard to pin down. But, we're somewhere between 5 and, I think with losing the SC corridor, we may be dipping. That alone will get us really close to 5, maybe drop us below 5. Which is kind of a minimum threshold for us to make this project work.
With those two, you're looking at, based on the calculations, or the acreages I provided, which of course would have to be double-checked, you're looking at around 330, so 300 to 400 units.
Of additional?
That could be transferred into.
Into other areas?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to see them add the slope banks around Los Osos High School to 7 acres to the utility easement, so instead of 73, it's at 80.
I unfortunately just don't have the authority. I apologize. I just.
Well, let's be clear. This is your specific plan. The question is, are they going to walk away from planning areas 1 and 2 if you approve it tonight with those changes? That's kind of how it boils down.
That's correct. Yeah, but I just know I know that even just doing the utility corridor was really pushing it, and when we start adding more, I'm concerned. Just in the spirit of cooperation.
So,
I'm just trying to get this done, yeah.
I
we
know
really
you are,
trying
and
to-
so are we, but I
Understood.
I guess from what Councilman Hutchinson indicated, so you
Understood.
walk for, if 7 acres is the deal breaker.
I think they start exploring other options at that point, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't have a firm commitment. It's hard, we're all doing this tonight.
Can you call your client?
On the 7 acres?
Yes.
If I could have a few minutes, I didn't have time. I need to find an old email where we talked about acreage, and I wasn't able to find it in the short period.
How long do you think you need?
If I have 10 minutes, I can probably track it down and call my client. And I know it's getting really late, and I appreciate everyone's time here tonight.
It's all right.
To make this happen. Are there any other issues before we break, though?
No, I think everything else is fine. I think,
Just to confirm, the council was okay with limiting the walk-up and 12-plex building types to within planning areas 4 and 5?
No.
Just four,
five.
just four.
Just five.
Just
Five.
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 Just
I
five.
thought it was 4.
No, five.
Five only,
Five only.
not 4.
Well,
Wait,
they're
sorry.
not,
They're prohibited
they're
within
prohibited
areas
from
4.
being in 4. So
Thank
it's
you.
adding 5 with the rest.
Yes.
So I got there. Sorry.
Okay. Yes.
that's why you're our attorney. It's 11:30 and
All right.
or no, it's
No,
noon.
it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Okay.
I have good news. We can just close this out. The slopes around Oso, we can concede that does not qualify for TDR.
Okay.
If that gets us there, out of respect to the council member, yes.
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. You have the ordinance before you, and I've drafted a paragraph to add to section C, subsection 1, and we'd create a new subsection little d. And to implement these changes, this new subsection would say, staff is hereby directed to incorporate the following revisions to the final specific plan. 1, the maximum density for projects subject to the transfer of development rights program shall be 20 units per acre. 2, units added to the transfer development rights bank shall expire 8 years from the day they are added to the bank. 3, the walk-up and 12-plex building types are prohibited within planning area 4. 4, the eligibility criteria for the transfer development rights program shall prohibit a sending site from being located within the slope banks adjacent to Los Osos High School and within any property burdened by an overhead utility easement, including the Southern California Edison Utility Corridor. 5, all future specific plan amendment, tentative track map, or design review applications shall require at least one neighborhood meeting prior to the application's planning commission hearing, provided that a tentative track map and design review application shall not require a design review committee hearing. 6, a minimum of 2 building types are required in any planning area of up to 50 acres in size. A minimum of 3 building types are required in any planning area between 51 acres and 80 acres in size. And a minimum of 4 building types are required in any planning area greater than 80 acres in size. 7, estate house, extra large house, small house, and medium house are the only are the only building types permitted within the neighborhood estate zone. And 8, the maximum height of any building type within the specific plan shall be 2.5 stories. The end.
Okay. Motion for approval.
Second,
Please vote.
but it's not working.
Mr. Mayor, before we do the vote, can I go ahead and read the title of the ordinance into the record for the first reading?
Of course. Yes. Madam Clerk, approving the ordinance, let me go back to it. To be read by title only and waive further
And to
And to
include
adopt the two resolutions.
and to include the language that I just read into the ordinance and adopt the two resolutions.
Correct. So I will go ahead and read the title as amended. Ordinance number 1055, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rancho Cucamonga, California, adopting an amendment to the Etiwanda Heights Neighborhood and Conservation Plan in order to align the specific plan's residential density with the general plan, incorporate site plans for planning areas 1 and 2, make other revisions to facilitate development in accordance with the general plan, and add new building types and development standards consistent with the new density DRC 2025-00022, and make other conforming revisions and adopting an addendum to the specific plans previously certified EIR.
Very good. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk.
If I could get the vote?
Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, everybody, for attending this late meeting, and we are now adjourned.
That's our longest meeting. That's the longest meeting I've ever had.